the regularly scheduled meeting of March 15th, City Council, Lake Forest. For those of you new to Lake Forest, welcome. We've got a great city, and I hope you like our meeting tonight. So, with that, is there anything to report from closed session?
No report tonight, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and next is our invocation. Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. My name is Iman Saime from OCIF in Mission Viejo. Please join me in this prayer tonight. Almighty God, as you have taught us, we bow down before you in humility, gentleness, and patience, supporting each other with love and trying to keep the unity of the Spirit by the bounds of peace, that we may become one according to our common calling and vocation. With one voice, acknowledging our diversity, we commit ourselves to working together for reconciliation, peace, justice. And we stand together in imploring you, help us to live as your disciples, overcoming selfishness and arrogance, hatred and violence. Give us the strength to forgive. Inspire our witness in the world, that we may foster a culture of dialogue and be bearers of hope. Make us instruments of your peace, so that our homes, communities, houses of worship resonate more fully with the peace you have long desired to bestow upon us. May God bless us all. May God bless America. Amen.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can rise and help me salute our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And that leads us to our report from the student liaison from El Toro High School, Ms. Kaya McCullough. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kaya McCullough here, reporting to you all the cool things going on at El Toro. To start things off, I'd like to talk about another successful Clash of Classes week. Last week was full of fun snack time class competitions, crazy spirit days, and lots of competitive chargers. The week ended with each class wearing a designated color and everybody coming together for a huge pep rally. In the pep rally, teachers judged student-made class videos, and the classes battled in a final balloon stomp competition. The winner of the 2016 Clash of Classes week is the senior class of 2016. To celebrate the victory, ASB put on a performance dressed up as Mies from the Wii video game system and danced in celebration. Spring sports are also beginning their seasons, with several Charger teams having quite successful starts. Special shout out to our baseball team, who won the Loara tournament for the first time ever, edging out Elisa Nogel in the final. Baseball, boys lacrosse, boys volleyball, girls lacrosse, softball, boys and girls track and field, and boys and girls swimming all have huge seasons coming up, and I cannot wait to share with you all how their seasons go. Finally, El Toro's Arts Department is putting on the annual all-school musical this week. This year's production features a fun cast performing The Pajama Game in Charger Hall starting tomorrow at 7 p.m. Performances will go on through this Saturday, with admission for students at $10 and admission for adults at $12. This is a musical you won't want to miss, and I encourage you all to see it. That's all for today. Have a great rest of your evening, and as always, go Chargers. Okay.
With that leads us to the public comment section. At this time, any member of the public can come and speak on an agenda item not on. Let me start all over. At this time, anyone can come and speak to the City Council here on an item that's not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes to speak, And if you can fill out one of the speaker request forms, we'd appreciate it. And with that, do we have any speakers?
Andrew O'Connor, followed by Ashley Brown.
And while Andy's coming up, our code of conduct says that the City Council will address after all the public comments are done. And we have 2 minutes each to speak, so with that, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Andrew O'Connor from Foothill Ranch since 1990. I'm here tonight to talk about the recall of the 3 council members, Hamilton, Voights, and Robinsons, and your campaign promises to the community of Lake Forest and behavior have come under scrutiny by residents of the community, resulting in the recall petition. Hamilton receives campaign contributions from Athens Services, but will not cut services to bi-weekly, half the year saving the taxpayers $200,000 a year. Voight's campaign promise said he was going to extend Portola Parkway to Irvine. I never received any update. When will the Mayor Pro Tem provide an update to the citizens of Lake Forest on the Portola extension? Robinson, he promises smaller class sizes, open more schools. We never saw those. And Robinson, he sends his kids to private school. So what does he care? Let's take a look at the bios of the 3 councilmen on the Lake Forest website. Hamilton, because Lake Forest, is a family-oriented, close to their church, Saddleback Church. Tell me, Councilman Hamilton, would Pastor Rick Warren approve of your hate-filled messages? Councilman Voights, my family and faith in God. Is that reflected in your constant law-breaking? And Councilman Robinson, Dwight was a board member at Grace Christian Schools, an elder in his church. Did they teach you to lie in church and to call your fellow councilman a moron, an imbecile? The Gang of 3 stands behind the shadows of David Ellis, who does the smear campaign against Councilman Nick. The residents supporting the recall are in the audience, right back there. That's the people wanting to recall the 3 of you. We have a newspaper in the community. We have the Orange County Register, the Los Angeles Times, the Orange County Edition. I've never heard of a newspaper called the Lake Forest News. And what you're doing here is you're smearing your fellow councilmen, and you're saying, I look like this because I asked for recall, people to sign the recall petition as well. I sure as hell don't look like that, and I don't act like that. And I don't appreciate you putting this type of newspaper out, approving this type of newspaper, and standing behind it. Is this what your leadership is in the city of Lake Forest? Next, you approve the Orange County Republican mailer. Right here, $250,000. The last meeting, the city clerk says it's going to be less than $200,000.
Thank you for your comments.
Ashley Brown, followed by Randy Johnson.
My name's Ashley Brown. I've been a resident here in Lake Forest for the past 5 years. I've been an animal activist, and I've been concerned about what happens to animals when they get loose. I'm a pet owner myself, and so when I started hearing the reports about the grand jury investigations into the Orange County Animal Shelter, I was very concerned because I thought if my dog ever got loose, if your dog got loose, if your cat got loose, they can end up in that shelter. And that shelter doesn't even follow their own guidelines. So on February 14th, Valentine's Day, they had 175 open kennels, and yet they killed a young dog. I have the picture posted on my Facebook page. The dog was 1.5 years old. It had only been in the shelter for 4 days, so there was no time at all to save that dog. So I got involved in this recall because I didn't want any of our animals to be killed. And I was quite surprised when I got this mailer on my door called Lake Forest News, as somebody mentioned earlier, that we'd never heard of. And I've been teaching my kids that go to local schools about how you should get involved and give back to people. So I was really shocked when there were 4 questions to ask petition circulators. The first one, are you being paid for your signature? I'm not getting any payment at all. I'm doing this as a volunteer. Am I being paid in cash? I'm a volunteer. I'm not getting paid. Am I registered on the Attorney General's Megan's Law website? This is for registered sex offenders. And the last question, is this your full-time job? And it says, if yes, pray for them. I had to sit my children down and explain this flyer, and I described this as dirty politics. I was really saddened by this because I'm involved because I don't want animals to die needlessly. I spend my time posting pictures of animals and sharing them on Facebook, hoping that we can save them because I know how important they are to me. And the fact that a mailer could be sent to my house implying that I could be on a Megan's Law website, that I could be a registered sex offender, I told my children this is called dirty politics. I explained this to them and gave them a lesson and said, I'm so disappointed in how you guys are responding to this issue. It really saddens me. And I really hope for yourselves, since I've heard you guys own animals, that your cat or your dog never gets lost, because if they end up in that shelter and something happens to them, if they happen to die, you are going to have to explain to your children, to your spouses, that you could have helped save these animals and you didn't. And your children are going to be the ones to pay the price, your family and your poor animals. And I feel sorry for your animals because you have the responsibility and you have the opportunity to say here that our animals count and we're going to speak for them because they can't speak for us. And
Thank you for your comments.
Randy Johnson, followed by April Josephson.
And I had forgotten to say welcome, so welcome. Welcome.
Welcome, Mr. Hamilton. Randy Johnson from Lake Forest. And last meeting, I stood before all of you and I spoke on item 5 on the consent calendar. It had to do with the policy workshop for meetings. You were going to make modifications to the structure of the meetings. And I brought up the fact that some of these overdue agenda items don't come back to the council for ages, okay? And I used the example of Village Pond Park. You know, the last time we even talked about that was March 3rd, 2015, over a year ago. You realize we spent tens of thousands of dollars on the workshops? We spent over $200,000 on a design I haven't seen. Where the heck is it? You know, that park looks like a park in Zimbabwe. It is so disgusting. I've spoken to a wildlife biologist who works at a major university in Orange County, and she was just absolutely, she said it's reprehensible. She went down there one time, she said she had to go home and take a shower. It looks like a toxic waste dump, and nothing's being done. We were told it was going to be fixed. They're going to break dirt on it in fall of 2015. Here we are now, almost the spring of 2016. Not even an update. Why do you enable this guy? Why do you allow this to happen? None of you brought this up for discussion last meeting. Not one of you. When I brought this up, not one of you. And the ones who in the past who have talked about this and how it shouldn't happen, where the hell were you? I mean, this is just remarkable. You know, so what I'm going to do, I know you manage by crisis here, like with Saddleback Ranch Road. I'm going to start my own protest. I'm going to go down around Village Pond Park and get all these people together to get them up here to a meeting. I don't know if I'm going to be successful or not, but that's what I'm going to attempt. And if you're going to manage by crisis, I'm going to create a crisis for you. Then you won't be able to avoid it.
Thank you for your comments.
I just want to say, Mr. Johnson, I agree with you.
We're waiting until the end of the public session for council comments. Per our... Hold on a second.
I don't agree with that, and I would ask my fellow councilmen.
Public comment policy.
I'm
Clearly states
I'm
that comment
saying,
response,
I'm putting a motion on
end
the
of the
floor
comments
to
with
say
2
I
minutes
would
per
like
council
us
member.
to
That
overrule
means
that
that we've all
and to
unanimously
decide
voted
that
on
we can
that.
do it. Yes, and that's what I'm asking.
That's what we're
Asking
saying.
for a motion to change
At the end
it.
of city council comments, at a public comments, we can all comment 2 minutes per member. That's something we just voted on unanimously.
And I'm
So who's the next
asking us,
speaker?
I'm asking for a motion to change that so we can respond to people after they speak.
Mr. City Attorney, point of order, please. Will you be so kind to intervene and clarify what is going on here?
Mr. Mayor, council members, at the most recent council meeting of March 1st, the council adopted council policies. One of those policies was the public comment policy, which states in Section 3 of the policy that responses to public comments will take place at the end of the public comment period, and that each member will have 2 minutes in the aggregate to respond to public comments. There's been a motion to overrule the mayor's procedural call. That can be seconded and voted on by a majority. If a majority votes, then that is overruled pursuant to Section 2.04 of our municipal code.
In that case, I respectfully second that motion, and knowing that it will probably fail.
And how was the vote on that council policy?
Mr. Mayor, the vote last council meeting was unanimous in favor of the council policy.
So we all here agreed to it? Okay. Just thought I'd check.
So
So we have a vote and a second
some
and comment.
discussion on the item. So just to be clear, what we're asking for is to disregard a policy that we just voted on 2 weeks ago. So what's the point of the policy? That's what I'm a little
I think what we're doing is voting on the motion. If you recall that workshop was endless and boring and went on and on. As a matter of fact, I believe we discontinued, we stopped it in the middle of it, etc. So I wouldn't put a lot of stock into what happened at that workshop or the conclusions that came out of it, and therefore my motion is that we be able to respond to people after they talk, when the item's in front of us, instead of waiting a half an hour and then going into a general tirade.
So what you're saying is we should disregard your vote from 2 weeks ago?
I guess that's what I'm saying. Believe it or not, I can make a mistake. I think that was probably a bad vote, and if we get the opportunity, I'll probably change that. But today, I believe we should respond to people when they're talking and not wait a half an hour from now and make some general omnibus changing. And I believe the Brown Act allows that, and the only reason we're doing it differently is because this is the way Mr. Hamilton wants to do it, which is, of course, his right, as it is my right to question that, as I have. Let's not spend too much time on this, guys. There's a motion and a second. I think we can vote on it without making political points.
I'm not trying to make political points, but I think that this was the decision of 5 people last week. I think you're making political points to try to say that it's the wish of one individual. You either voted that way or you didn't. Now, if you want to change your vote, that's fine. I can appreciate that. But it's disingenuous for you to say that it's the opinion of one individual when all 5 of us voted a particular way just 2 weeks ago. We're not talking about 2 years ago, 20 years ago. We're talking about 2 weeks ago. So if you can't be confident in your vote from 2 weeks ago, then I'm not sure that I can be confident in your vote at any point.
All right.
Call for the
There's a
motion.
motion and a second, so let's all vote.
It's not working. Do a roll call. Councilmember Nick's voting board is not working right at the moment, so I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Nick?
Yes?
Councilmember Robinson?
No?
Mayor Pro Tem Voights?
No.
Mayor Hamilton?
No.
That motion
Our next
failed.
speaker. All right, we've just been interrupted by the crowd, so let's not interrupt. I think it's important that there's always, at some point at the meeting, someone is speaking, whether it's the public, whether it's staff, or whether it's the council. So let's all be respectful to everyone and their comments, no matter what time and whoever is speaking. Thank you.
April Josephson, followed by Heiko Peschel.
Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is April Josephson. This is my first time speaking before you, and I thought I would give you a little bit of introduction to me before I speak on the topic that I'm speaking on. I'm a member of the Planning Commission in Rancho Santa Margarita. I am also our representative to the OC Mosquito and Vector Control District. I also have represented for over 8 years the 5th District, first appointed by Supervisor Pat Bates and currently appointed by Supervisor Lisa Bartlett to the OC Animal Care Community Outreach Committee, which I've chaired for the past 3 years. But my family has recently moved to Lake Forest, so I also have a vested interest in the city. But I am here tonight representing the Pet Adoption Center of Orange County, which is located just outside of the city limits at Lake Forest Drive and the 5 freeway in the Cocoa Center. The reason I'm speaking tonight is because on March 26th, from noon till 3 p.m. at the Lake Forest Sports Park, the Pet Adoption Center of Orange County, along with Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, OC Animal Care, and the City of Lake Forest are sponsoring the first South County Pet Expo. We've planned this on very short notice. I did a walkthrough at the park yesterday. I love the new park. Even with the short notice, we anticipate that we will have at least a dozen rescue groups, about 50 booths overall, food, other pet-related suppliers, vendors, pet food, boarding, daycare, anything you can think of that's pet-related. And we're talking about having a rescue pet parade. So there's going to be a lot of fun activities at it, and I want to encourage everybody to consider attending, especially because the people who are coming together to put this event on are a part of a major network of local rescuers that work together to take animals from the OC shelter and bring them into our community and get them adopted. Anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Heiko Peschel, followed by Sherry Anderson.
Welcome.
Good evening, all. Heiko Peschel, Foothill Ranch. Something different for a change. Meeting last night over at the sports park of the 25th Anniversary Committee, and our main subject last night was our golf tournament. The city is sponsoring a golf tournament on the 23rd of July at the golf course here in Lake Forest. It's going to cost you $30 per person or $120 per team. 11 teams for a best ball shotgun tournament. I'd like to invite everybody here to sign up for that. It's not expensive. It will be fun. It includes a T-shirt and a lunch, all included. And essentially, we're trying to maintain this as a revenue-neutral item insofar as not to incur any expenses to the city. I think you're paying for the flyers, but not too much else. Anyway, that's the official invitation, folks. Feel free to check us out. We are on the City of Lake Forest website, and these flyers are in City Hall and at the sports park, so please come on out and have a look. And for Councilmember Mr. Voits, did I hear the other gentleman say something about the continuation of Portola? I think we'd have much better luck if we let Irvine push it, because their residents in the northern part of town would really like to visit our large shopping centers here, because they don't have much in town there. And if we can convince the city of Irvine to help us on this project, and maybe Lisa Bartlett, maybe we can get that thing done. That toll road's been in there over 20 years, and that's been the hindering factor. They want the money for the toll road and don't want us to get a free shot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sherry Anderson, followed by Kimberly Alford.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a longtime resident, and before I start, I want the sheriff to know that I have been threatened by a man named Eric Berg. We don't know if that's his name. He's a supporter of Scott Voits on Facebook for me to be here at the meeting tonight. He said, I know what you look like, but you don't know what I look like. So just for my own safety, I want you to know that. Also, I'm not a sex offender, even though I'm collecting petitions. I'm a teacher. I have been fingerprinted and vetted many times, and I resent that question on your newsletter. I have a couple legal questions. First, I want to know, I'm just learning this, and I want to know on the Brown Act. When I looked it up on the internet, it said the law which guarantees the public's right to attend and participate in meetings of local legislation bodies, and that's the Brown Act. When the mayor just suddenly walks out, stops the meeting, I want to know if that's legal, because then we can't express, and we should be able to know what's going on. The other thing I want to find out about the state law, the conflict of interest and disqualification provisions under the Political Reform Act of 1974, and it says the conflict of interest laws are grounded on the notion that government officials owe paramount loyalty to the public, and that personal and private financial considerations on the part of the government officials should not be allowed to enter the decision-making process. How can our councilmen have received campaign donations from the developers, the builders, the city services, and then vote in favor of those same people? And also, when I go to our website and there's a code of conduct, all except the first one, it seems to break every code of conduct, and I want to know how that's possible. And my third legal question, I want to know, is it true that we have the same law firm representing our city as the city of Bell had? Thank you.
Kimberly Alford,
Comment.
followed by Christy McLean.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I am Kimberly Alford, and I'm a Lake Forest resident. And 2 sessions ago, the meeting didn't end until nearly 11:30 p.m. The previous council meeting abruptly ended due to Mayor Hamilton's maybe inability to ignore comments from someone in the audience. So it's interesting to me to find out how long this meeting will last tonight. In light of many half-truths which have surfaced from Mr. Robinson, Mr. Hamilton, and Mr. Voights, I couldn't help but think of our American oath. And it's an oath to act truthfully and in the law's best interest. And it goes like this: I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Now, Mr. Robinson's statement that people who are supporting the recall have made very scary remarks about my children, have said things about my children, in my opinion, is untrue. The main reason that I support this recall is for the children within our city. The new housing developments do not provide enough schools for our children. Now, one of the recall supporters asked if Mr. Robinson's children go to a public school. And Mr. Robinson chose to take the question and pose it publicly as a half-truth. Now, I was not here, but I understand that you campaigned for new schools. And so, yes, the community is interested in the information because it proves whether or not you're making choices in the best decisions for the city and or whether or not they adversely affect you. Mayor Hamilton, with his cohorts, have posted on social media spliced and edited videos of those signing and accepting recall signatures. Now, the edited versions seem to support those against the recall. However, an unedited video is not a true representation of what happened or what was said. We all know that. And I have to say that Mayor Hamilton, you did approach me at the last meeting that was here, and you did give me your business card. But honestly, I have to say that I've been hesitant to speak with you because I'm not sure whether or not my words would be misconstrued untruthfully. I question Mr. Voight's integrity with attending the opening of the Seas Candy in the Foothill Ranch and asking the...
Thank you for your comments.
Christy McLean, followed by Greg Rath.
Welcome.
Hello, how are you guys? Just a little background. I know you guys all know me a little bit, but I'm a 33-year resident. I attended Rancho Cañada Elementary, Serrano, El Toro High School, and I have owned 3 homes in Lake Forest, 1 in Portola and 2 in Foothill Ranch. I have an extensive network in this neighborhood. I had great faith in my city, and I still do. I came here in October. I had never attended a meeting before that. I brought my daughter because I had heard that there was going to be a discussion about animal control. And she's 10 years old, and her Girl Scout troop, Troop 1793, is very passionate about animals. Every single thing that we ever ask them to do is related to animals, saving animals, sponsoring, adopting, anything. So I said, well, why don't we go to the city council meeting? Completely unaware of anything that was going on because I'm fully involved in my life as a mom, as a board member of the Foothill Ranch Kids Foundation, as a board member of the Foothill Ranch PTA, very active in my local community. And so I naively brought her here thinking, we're going to learn a little something. I'm going to show you how to get information, go to your city council meeting, and perhaps inspire you to make a difference in your community. After 4 hours with her falling asleep, and maybe some of you remember, we sat about right there, and you might have seen a 10-year-old girl kind of falling asleep on my lap. I had to leave and rush back before the discussion of animal control ever even happened. So we left that meeting, and I was running her home at 10 o'clock to put her in bed on a school night, and she said, Mom, I don't understand. Politics is weird, and those guys were really mean to each other. I know you guys are all parents. I know, or most of you, I'm not really sure exactly, but when your daughter says something to you like that, it's pretty profound. I came hoping that I could inspire her to learn how to make a difference in her community, and she was soured on politics forever. From that point on, I have become an advocate of just being involved and learning what is going on. My only passionate feeling about any of you guys necessarily is thanks to Jim Gardner for putting information out there, even though it's propaganda-ish. I am thankful that I have access to information, and I'm just trying to make sense of it all. I just ask you guys to work with integrity as with regard to the animal control. We have spent millions of dollars putting in new developments. We voted on things that are going to cost the city more. This is a very innovative, exciting new plan for animal control. Growing up in this city, I know that we do not have an animal control problem. Let's go ahead and spend the $1 million and try something new in our city. We're very well connected in the Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, local communities. I can help rally troops wherever you need it.
Thank you very much.
Greg Rath, followed by Steve Coover.
Welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen, Mayor Hamilton, and council members. Greg Rath from the city of Mission Viejo. I sit on the city council there. I'm also a candidate for United States Congress for California's 45th Congressional District. Now, I'm not here to talk about politics. I'm here to talk about a charity I sit on the board of directors as the president of. It's called Patriots in Paws. I'm a 30-year Marine veteran. I spent 30 years flying jet aircraft on 3 combat tours. And 3 years ago, I met a young lady who started up this charity. She got some money from her parents, and she started up a charity. What we do is we match dogs. We go to the shelters and other charities, and we match them with veterans that need some help. And we also branched out. We have a 7,000 square foot warehouse in the city of Orange full of furniture, used furniture. When people buy new stuff, we pick it up. From couches to stoves to anything. And any veteran at any time, it was 3 days a week, can come in and pick up any furniture they want. So I just want to let you guys know about this great charity. We've expanded so big, we're looking for a larger warehouse, look about 10,000 square feet. So I'm going to the different cities within South Orange County, see if we can find some more space. So maybe we could talk, Mayor, on see if there's anything in your city where we can expand. But our charity is amazing. The veterans, 3 days a week, work with us. We pick up furniture, used furniture from the different areas in the area, and we bring it to our warehouse. The other 3 days, veterans can come and pick up anything they want. All they got to do is show us their ID card. So our charity is called Patriots in Paws. We love animals. I hear you got a lot of talk about animals today. We have a great shelter in Mission Viejo. My name is Greg Rath, City of Mission Viejo. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Steve Coover.
welcome.
Good evening. I'm sure many have seen some of my rants on Facebook recently. I enjoy arguing sometimes with certain people. But besides anything that I would have had to say before, in my hand, this is an amateur radio. It's a ham radio. It's one of my favorite hobbies. I had people from Florida and people from New York who also have orange counties, and there are also Lake Forest cities, berating me over your behavior. It's on the East Coast. People know what you guys are up to. Please, if you made a mistake, just say, yeah, I made a mistake. Get over it. This grade school behavior of, oh, I didn't do anything wrong, but look at this. This guy will throw a bunch of stuff at the wall, see if it can stick. It doesn't work. People know what's happening, and we are a laughing stock countrywide. And if you didn't know it, now you do. Please grow up. Thank you.
There have been no further requests.
Thank you for your comments. All right, that leads us to the consent calendar. Agenda item number 2, the warrant register.
I'd like...
What happened to the comment section?
All right, we can comment.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, are you still here? Okay, thank you very much. I have tried to the best of my ability to get Village Pond Park off square one, and I just have not been capable of doing that. I did manage to get some information, though, which embarrasses me to say this on behalf of the city. But since we started the ordinance program in Village Pond Park, we've served 3 citations. It's not 3 a day. It's not 3 a week. It's not 3 a month. It's 3 citations have been served. So that's the best information I can get you. I can assure you, if I'm not talking about it up here, I'm talking about it on the patch, and I'm certainly talking about it with the general manager. So you're not forgotten, in the concerns of the people on Village Pond Park are not forgotten for me. And April, thank you for all that you do with the Pet Adoption Center and for the Pet Expo. We're really looking forward to that. Sherry, I'm very upset, and I hope that the lieutenant follows up with the threat against your well-being. That's just not acceptable. And I'm speaking for everybody. No matter what you have to say, I'm sure none of us, regardless of our position, would want anything like that to happen. So please, Mr. Valentine, follow up on that. Thank you.
Maybe we should go in the order we do council comments. So, Adam, did you have any? Councilman Nick?
Two minutes is awfully short, but I'll try my best. Mr. Johnson, I did not bring up the Village Pond Park last time as I intended to, because Mr. Hamilton abruptly ended the meeting, thereby forfeiting my right as a representative of people to help make policy. I did not have a chance. Simply said, we just ended the meeting. He just ended the meeting. That was that. I do intend to bring it up tonight. Ms. Anderson, I am so sorry. Eric Berg has also made un-American comments about me. I don't believe this individual exists, because I cannot imagine for the life of me an American would behave like this, would say like this. I'm sorry. Ms. Alfred, I introduced a resolution, a measure back in mid-2013 when I was about 6 months old into this service for us to explore having our own school district. And I was voted down 4-1, as I was with most everything else. My colleagues at the time included Mr. Robinson, Mr. Voigt, Mr. Herzog, and Mrs. McCullough. Today we would have our own school district had that gone through. As far as campaign contributions, again, in 2013, I introduced a measure to outlaw campaign contributions by corporations and companies that did business with the city. I lost 1-4 on that in 2013, and Mr. Gardner and I lost on that 2-3 in early 2015.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for listening.
There have been some comments that have been made about my children on a number of occasions, and
Hey, let's be respectful. This is the second time now tonight that I've had to pause and say, let's be respectful. Please don't interrupt.
at a number of council meetings, people have brought up my children, and I've chosen not to respond because I've tried to leave them out of it. Getting quite frustrated by the harassment. My children, the entire time I've served on this council, my school-age children have attended public schools. And there are a couple of individuals who consistently come up to this podium and lie about that fact. And I'm sure that they know, because some of them claim to be teachers. They probably have access to this information. And I'm getting sick and tired of it. And if these individuals are found harassing my children, I will be filing restraining orders against them. I'm getting sick and tired of it. This is an opportunity for each one of us to serve our community. Some of us have children, some of us don't. But our children should never be brought into this, ever. We talk about it at the national level, we should be talking about it at the local level. If you have a problem with my policies, feel free to talk to me about it. If you want to go after my children, we're going to have some serious problems.
And I guess I have a few too. The Pet Expo, I am looking forward to that, March 26th. I think it's going to be a great time at the sports park. And I don't know if staff, do you know the times just right off the top of your head? And while he's looking at that, I also wanted to highlight the golf event that we have July 23rd. I think that's also going to be a good time. Wanted to thank some of the speakers for coming, talking about Patriots in Pause, Councilman Raths, and amateur radio is a good thing too. Noon to 3. And with that, I think we now can go to consent calendar, agenda item number 2, the warrant register. I'll entertain motions.
Make a motion we move the warrant registry.
Please cast your ballots.
That motion carries unanimously.
And now we go to consent calendar miscellaneous items number 3 to 10. Any speakers, any items pulled?
We've had no requests.
All right, I'll
Move the
entertain a
items.
motion.
I'd like to pull number 10.
All right, so your motion...
Move the remainder.
I'll second that.
All right, please cast your votes.
That motion carries unanimously. Agenda item 10, green building certification for the Lake Forest Civic Center, submitted by Director of Management Services and removed from the consent calendar by Mayor Pro Tem Voits.
Yeah, something I'm really excited about is our Lake Forest Civic Center and Senior Center. But what I would like to bring up, in fact, and I'm thankful that we're looking at a green building certification, but in the recent years we've had some outstanding cities, Newport Beach, Laguna Niguel, and the likes. Those cities, I just wanted to ask, the cities that were just recently finished their civic centers, were those all green certified cities?
Mr. Members of the council, the staff's unaware of any certifications. We could find out and let you know at a future point, but at this juncture, we don't have a response for that.
Well, I'm excited that Lake Forest has had the wherewithal. Thank you, staff, for putting that on, and I'll move item number 10.
Second.
Please cast your votes.
That motion carries unanimously.
And that leads us to agenda item number 11.
Agenda item 11, Zoning Code Amendment 10-15-4845, amending Chapter 9.164 of the Lake Forest Municipal Code relating to campaign signs and temporary non-commercial signs, submitted by City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, council members, just a very brief report. At its March 1st meeting, the City Council reviewed an ordinance adopting zoning amendment 10-15-4845 and voted unanimously to introduce this ordinance with specified revisions. The council also voted unanimously to adopt a resolution repealing Resolution 2014-29. The ordinance and resolution repeal the campaign sign ordinance adopted in 2014 and the corresponding fee resolution that was previously adopted by the city, and make revisions related to temporary non-commercial signs in compliance with the Reed versus Gilbert Supreme Court case. Because the council's votes on March 1st were preliminary, this agenda item completes the council's action on these items. Staff's recommendation is to introduce first reading and approve both the ordinance for first reading and the resolution. That concludes staff's report.
Any public speakers?
We've had no requests.
All right. I will, open and close the public hearing.
Bring it back to council.
And bring it back to council.
I move the item.
Second.
Yeah, I have a comment. As I was looking through that, it was for advertisement signs too that was included in this code, and I noticed that, or I couldn't find it, so I just want a clarification. Are we allowing the fleet, I think they're called feather signs? I couldn't find feather signs in our. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Mr. Mayor, council members, this ordinance just makes changes regarding temporary non-commercial signs. That would be a commercial sign.
Yeah, but they were included in the. Maybe that was just a definition of the definition that I was going through.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no change to feather signs or those types of signs in this ordinance before you tonight.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Any other discussion? If not, we have a motion and second. Cast your votes.
That motion carries unanimously. Agenda item 12, consideration of private street names for the Parkside Residential Development, submitted by Director of Development Services.
Mr. Members of the council, I'd like to have Ms. Ackerman provide a brief report on this item.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and Council. The Parkside Residential Project is located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Rancho Parkway and Portola Parkway. The city's municipal code requires that the council conduct a public hearing to approve new private and public street names. Included in the report are a list of names that the developer would like to use in this tract. They center around a theme of national parks, as the development is called Parkside. And staff recommends the council conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution that we have attached. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
We've had no requests.
I'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to the council.
Move the item.
I'll second that.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 13.
Agenda item 13, City of Kindness Initiative, submitted by City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that since most of the people here are here for the animal welfare, animal care proposal, that we move item 15 up in front in deference to the residents, and then subsequently do item 13 and 14.
I think we could probably get through 13 and 14 pretty quickly. I think, in my opinion, it's old business. Let's get our old business done first, and then we can consider new business.
Well, I have a motion on the floor. If I have a second.
I actually would like to make a substitute motion with all due respect, Dr. Gardner. Given that this council is about everything but kindness, I think the timing is improper. I think your time is worth a lot more than hear us just say things we don't mean. I make a motion for us to indefinitely postpone this item pending the outcome of the recall.
Well, if you would, I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I don't want to mix the oranges and the tomatoes at this point. We could talk about that when the item comes up. At this point, I'm just saying, let's in deference to the people who are here.
All right, well, in that case, I withdraw my motion, and I second Dr. Gardner's motion for us to put this off to a later time this evening, so we can attend to business that is most important to you first.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and second. We'll vote on that.
That motion fails 3-2 with Councilmember Hamilton, Mayor Pro Tem Voights, and Councilmember Robinson voting against.
Maybe we need to take a little recess.
Please don't do that.
If we're not going to have respect here, and we're going to have interruptions.
I think, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, that respect deserves respect. My motion was to respect the wishes of the majority of the people here and use that item instead of going through the other items. So, karma.
Have we had any speakers?
Sherry Anderson, followed by Rose Tingle.
Welcome.
Thank you. Please don't embarrass our city. Kindness is a noun. It's something you do, not call yourself. Our city is known throughout the county as being quite the opposite, especially after the treatment of our other city councils, residents, each other, our seniors, and vote to kill our lost and abandoned pets. It's like the person who has to keep wearing the badge claiming they're a Christian while doing terrible actions towards others only for their own selfish promotion. If we were a kind city, this hall wouldn't be full of upset residents tonight. We would be able to trust our city council to do what is best for our city. We would not have the residents trying to recall you. If we were a city of kindness, we would have voted last October to look at other options with Laguna Hills and Rancho Santa Margarita when they were interested in looking for no-kill options for their pets also. People should be able to tell by your actions that you're kind. Lake Forest is the only city in South County not concerned about our pets and we're looking for other options for the county. Don't make us a joke.
Thank you for your comments.
Rose Tingle, followed by Christy McLean.
Good evening.
Welcome.
The season for nonviolence commences on January 30 in cities across the globe. The annual 64-day campaign, co-founded in 1998 by Gandhi and the Association for Global New Thought, is an educational, media, and grassroots awareness campaign spanning the January 30th through April 4th memorial anniversaries of Gandhi and Dr. Martin Luther King. The purpose of the campaign is to focus educational and media attention on the philosophy of attaining peace through nonviolent action as demonstrated by legendary leaders Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Cesar Chavez, and President Nelson Mandela, as well as living legends such as His Holiness, the Dalai Lama of Tibet. The Reverend Martin Luther King used a phrase when saying, hate begets hate, violence begets violence. If you continue to contract with the Orange County Animal Shelter, you're condoning violence. A killing is violence. The ultimate weakness of violence is that it is a descending spiral begetting the very thing it seeks to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it. Through violence you may murder the liar, but you cannot murder the lie, nor establish the truth. Through violence you may murder the hater, but you do not murder hate. In fact, violence merely increases hate. Returning violence for violence multiplies violence, adding deeper darkness to a night already devoid of stars. Darkness, which I refer to the Financial Operations and Advisory Board, which is supposedly representing the 18 cities that contract with the county animal shelter, is darkness. The majority of city council members that I have talked to throughout Orange County are not even aware of this committee, yet they're telling the county that the cities do not want alternate animal shelters. That is a lie, and it's a misrepresentation. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. And I would strongly suggest that the person that's behind these hateful flyers putting down Mr. Nick stop it, because it's not a very good reflection of the city.
Thank you for your comments.
Christy McLean.
By the way, as she's coming up, is there a light issue? Is it not operating? Because I'm seeing the green flash. I haven't seen that before.
We need a little time to reset the clock. So what it's doing now is at 30 seconds, or at 1 minute left, it's giving a flashing green. Then at 30 seconds, it's giving a yellow. At the conclusion of the speakers, we'll reset it so it goes back to the way it was originally intended.
No worries. Thank you. Welcome again.
Thanks. City of Kindness, I just think it's an unnecessary issue. I know that we're trying to establish the fact that we're a kind city, but that's inherent. I've already established that I've been a resident forever, and I've always felt that I live in a kind city, and I kind of feel like this is unnecessary. I think there are many other issues that require attention, and I don't believe we need this as an agenda item. So if I could make a motion, I would move that we remove this indefinitely and move on to things that are more important. Thank you.
We've had no further requests.
Thank you. So this is my item that I sought consensus on, and it's not necessarily that we're trying to say that we are a city of kindness, but it's trying to encourage us to be a city of kindness. All right, I think we'll take a recess.
Is that the kind thing to do?
It's
Point of order, Mr. City
already in
Attorney.
recess.
Point of order.
Don't we need a motion to go into recess?
Point of order. I would like to know if the mayor, the appointed mayor, not the elected mayor, has the autonomy to do as he pleases by just calling a timeout. And if he does, whether that is subject to an overrule by the majority, for which overrule I don't have a chance, but still, I'm going to try.
Any procedural ruling by the mayor is subject to procedural overrule by a majority. Now, technically, right now, we are in recess unless that is overruled by a majority of the council.
All right. Well, in that case, given that I've already left, I mean,
We can vote without him. I'll motion that we...
Well, in that case, I move, because people's time is precious. They're here to do God's work and good work. I don't see a need or a reason to call a recess 55 minutes into the meeting. I move to overrule that motion or that action by the mayor.
Yeah, I'll second it and mention not simply the time of our residents, but also the enormous amount of money that we pay our staff sitting here doing nothing. It just seems no reason. Unless there's something disruptive, but people snickering and people laughing, I can live with that.
Thank you. Can we take a vote on this now? Gentlemen?
He's left.
So the mayor's just taking a step. So what was the question? I was taking a recess. I thought we were in recess.
No, we have a motion and a second on the floor
To not vote in-
overrule the mayor and to continue.
To continue people's business.
The mayor, so either, okay.
That is a procedurally proper motion.
Can we take a vote?
Yeah.
That motion fails with no majority vote.
I apologize to everyone.
So do I.
No, we're taking a timeout. A Hamilton timeout.
I don't want to say, so. I'm going to go into the closed session room if he happens to pop in before I leave.
Yes.
meeting.
All right, we will reconvene. So as everyone's coming back, I just have a few brief comments. The council has actually adopted unanimously rules of decorum, which are found in council policies and the Lake Forest Municipal Code. Those rules allow for applause, but prohibit any other form of interruption. And again, we unanimously voted on this item at our last council meeting. If there are further interruptions, I'll call for another recess. If after that recess, individuals continue to impermissibly interrupt the meeting, they will be warned, and a subsequent interruption will result in removal from the meeting by our sheriff. This is all in our municipal code and council policies. This is a business meeting, and we're here to get the city's business done.
Yeah, I don't interpret what the people were doing as interrupting the meeting. And I understand that it upset you, but personally I don't consider that to be interrupting the meeting.
It doesn't upset me. I'm just trying to run a meeting.
Let's have the meeting.
Sounds good. So as I was saying, I'd like to highlight and encourage a city of kindness in our city. Some of those things could be an annual City of Kindness Day, similar to Anaheim, which the Dalai Lama has actually endorsed. City of Anaheim, City of Kindness. Maybe we could have an art logo contest with a web page. So those are some of the ideas I have. I think staff probably can, doesn't just have to be limited to those things or necessarily those things, but something that staff can hopefully come up with a few things like that.
I really don't know where to begin. As I said previously, and as I said earlier tonight, kindness and what has been happening by certain members of this council over the last few months, they are mutually exclusive. You cannot be kind and then at the same time secretively tape individuals who are trying to earn a living or who are trying to affect their community, secretively taping them and posting it on your Facebook page. Which Facebook page, by the way, copycats, mimics, replicates, and duplicates another name. The recall was started by a community activist who is probably here somewhere, Mrs. Leah Basil. She has a Facebook page. Certain members of this council mimicked that Facebook page. The name is identical. The content, of course, is different, vastly different. And same thing with Dr. Gardner's Facebook page. Today, when you go to Weather Council for Lake Forest, you see two Facebook pages. One of them is the legit one of them is the copycat. You see two Facebook pages for Lake Forest Town Square. One of them is legit, and that is Jim's. The other one is a copycat. Do I know who the perpetrator is? Yes. Do most do? I don't know that. Is he among us here on the council? Yes. I don't need to embarrass anybody, but when you copy and then cut and paste video footage of someone and making it so that it sounds vastly different than the original footage, you're not being kind. Not to mention, you secretively taped it in the first place. There have been so many things here, so many lies that you've been told. In many ways, one can lie by omission, simply by omitting a fact, a relevant fact. One can lie by his silence, by simply being silent when he sees something that is untrue, that is a lie. In other words, silence is consent, isn't it? Most often in life. And one can lie proactively and actively, which is basically fabricating something actively or proactively. This is I won't say that. It is un-American. It is a shame. I can't imagine it's one of the three gentlemen to my immediate left. I can't imagine it's one of the three. But it's one of their goons who threw a rock this big into my window 7 weeks ago. At the time, I did not file a police report. And I don't regret that. I knew what it was for. But I wanted to have somebody witness it. So I called Dr. Gardner. I said, come on by. He came, observed it. He observed what I had come to as I had entered my home. A piece of rock sitting on the floor by my dining table and shattered glass all over. I have had hate letters posted on my front door. Thanks to you, thanks to my belief in a superior being, thanks to my hard work, I am financially comfortable. As such, I have a nice house in Los Angeles, and that's where my wife stays now. Next week it'll be 2 months. I see her only on weekends. Mr. Voights continually lies. He lies as if there is no tomorrow. To this day, he says, I stole his signs. I removed his signs because they were illegally posted against the ordinance that I wrote and he signed off on. He had a lot to do with the case being brought against me at the DA's office. And shame on the DA's office for being pushed like that. The charges were dropped, unconditionally dismissed. I never went to court. I did not even step into any courthouse. I did not even enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, no contest, nothing. Didn't even go to court, didn't face a judge, because there was nothing. Anyone who chooses to remove an illegally posted sign can do so. That's the law. An illegally posted sign is considered abandoned, a nuisance, and if you care about your city, about how beautiful it may look or not, you remove it. And that's what I did. Not to mention, it was in the field of vision. And some attorneys are looking for an excuse. And my cousin is one of them. He's an attorney, and he makes a living suing companies, municipalities, you name it, he sues. He's an attorney for auto accidents. I jokingly call him ambulance chaser. He actually told me specifically, when you're writing this ordinance, make sure you put a restriction called vision triangle that makes several feet away from that makes the intersection, the very intersection, against the law. In that case, the city cannot be liable in case somebody like me brings a suit because your legal sign, the sign that you authorized, blocked the vision of somebody who was making a right turn or left turn or whatnot. As such, we put that in. And those signs were at the very, very intersection of Bake Parkway and Trabuco. The thing that I was very uncomfortable with was that the DA charged me without even calling me. Nothing. I wasn't cited. I didn't have a ticket to appear in court. Nothing. And did not even have the decency to even call me to let me know that he's charged me. Some reporter calls me in the afternoon of February 11th and says, "Do you have any comments about the charges, Mr. Nick?" I'm like, "What charges?" And then I realized that earlier in the morning, the DA had issued a press release. They were more interested in the press knowing that I had been charged than in me knowing. Again, not to mention, they did not even call me to say, "Hey, what happened that night? Why did you do what you did?" And of course, when my attorney told them, then they sent an investigator and who realized, yeah, I was right all along. The charges got dropped. I sued the DA for defamation. I didn't sue them for money. I wanted to get the record straight because I thought the DA had misinformed the media. The DA, through my attorney, advised me or told me that, "Sorry, Mr. Nick." And they apologized, in fact, twice. In writing, I have it, and it's public record now. You can go on the DA's office and the DA's website, and the DA's office put it on.
And I think we've got 2 agenda items left after this
Yes,
one.
I'll get there.
Everyone wants to get to number 15, so.
I know that, but the reason I'm saying all this is because
I don't know how this applies to the city of Kindness.
It does, because there was nothing kind about this.
Your dispute with
this
the
was an orchestrated
DA is-
attempt to assassinate my character, just like this is. 7 of these articles, 7 of the 8 articles are about me. None of them is true. I shall not take your time right now to tell you why they're untrue. You can probably tell by just looking at them. If you have any questions, my number is publicly listed. My email address is very, very easy to remember. It's just my name, adamnick.org. adamnick@adamnick.org. That's my email address, adamnick@adamnick.org. I have my own server. I have my own nonprofit. Nobody will see that email if you send it to me. If you want to know more about me, just visit my website, adamnick.org. That's all you have to remember. It'll tell you what I've done here since day one. It'll tell you why I got involved with the City Hall. It'll tell you what I've done in the last 3 or 4 years, a lot of which has been voted down, either 1 to 4 in 2013 and 2014, or 2 to 3 in 2015 and at the present time. This has not been kind. They have not been kind to me. In fact, this picture that you see here, there is a picture. It says, Lake Forest residents rally against recall. Nick is Nuts committee formed, donations and volunteers flow in. And then it shows an Asian lady with her child. This is actually a picture. It is not a picture of a Lake Forest or Fort Portola Hills or Footy Ranch resident. This picture was downloaded from the internet. This is Indonesian. This is an Indonesian woman. And there's an article about this on the patch on the Lake Forest, California. Remember, there's more than one Lake Forest in the country. If you go to Lake Forest, California, the patch talks about this picture. It provides you proof, and you will see that this picture is actually an internet picture from some company or something. It tells you all about it, and it provides you proof. Surely not the Lake Forest or Foothills Ranch resident, as it wants you to believe. Further, it says that the only true thing in here is that it says the Orange County Sheriff Department and Sheriff Association has funded the Nick is Nuts Committee. Yes, they have. Ask yourself, why would a law enforcement agency or their association fund to disparage a sitting councilman? Is it because they want to make me unelectable? Is it because for 2 years before you elected me to represent you, and for 3 years that I've been here, 5 years now, I've been trying to get this monopolistic contract audited. We have never, my colleagues on this dais have never had the courage to say we want to audit this multi-million-dollar contract. They just bill us and we pay it.
All right, can you just please, I don't know how that relates to a City of Kindness or anything else, so let's
What
just-
I'm trying to say,
let's
if anything,
wrap it
I
up.
think I'm the one being kind, and you folks, well, you folks are you folks. There is a lot more. I won't take your time. In part because your time is precious. In part because I don't want to talk about me. This is not about me, it's about you. And in part because I really want to get to that animal control, which is another point of contention between my colleagues and me. Overall, in all, this kindness is as worthless as many things that some of us on this dais have done. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Well, since my name was brought up, that the fact that my signs were the ones that were being removed at 2 a.m. in the morning, Councilman Nick, I didn't call you a liar just because I didn't believe you. I haven't called you a liar, but the fact is the facts speak for themselves. You initially got pulled over picking up a sign of mine and saying that you were moving it from the planter because it was getting wet from the sprinklers. And so to say that you were moving it because it was a light of sign of vision, what about the other 15 that were in the back of your car?
Scott, please don't say that. You're lying again.
I'm not lying. It's
Scott,
public
everybody...
record.
Come on, guys, could we just...
Scott, everybody knows. Scott, everybody knows the 10 signs on the back seat of my car had been given to me by then candidate James Gardner, who had picked them up off his property 36 hours earlier. The surveillance tape at my gas station showed that he dropped them off Monday afternoon at 5:30 in the afternoon. I picked them up on my way home at 1:30 in the morning 2 nights earlier.
The fact that I lost 250 signs that election cycle, it just kind of makes me wonder, you were the only one caught with signs in the middle of the night, my signs. So, I mean, the people can judge for themselves, and if you want to believe you, then that's their right. And I'm not going to call you guys a thing, because the fact is, back to the City of Kindness, you know, I didn't call him a liar, and he continues to call me a liar. That's not kind. But the fact is that we're here right now, and the fact is that we should start with us. And whether it's your smirks in your faces or you're hollering out in the back, that's wrong, because you guys are here as an act of kindness. Because don't you all believe that adoption is the loving option? That's why you're all here. So you guys are here and you're belittling us, and we're going to be voting on this soon. And you guys are here because you have the kindness in your heart, because you care about the animals that are going to the animal shelter. And then you guys are all here smirking and smiling and mouthing off. That's not kindness. And so we need to start here. You know, and show a kind. You know, say hello. Have a gesture of kindness. You know, you guys that came in with an attitude, and the fact is that we all. I read through the report. I read through his report. I think that it's an intriguing opportunity. But you guys are here. Just remember, you guys are here for the kindness that you want to show to the life of a pet that doesn't have a voice for itself. And you guys are all here for that. So that's an act of kindness. So I want to thank you for that. But allow us to continue and work together. And the rebel rousing in the back isn't an act of kindness. And so, guys, really, share a laugh, say hello. You know, it starts with us. But, you know, we're here trying to do the people's business. And do we all agree? No. But the fact is that name calling doesn't have to go on. And the fact is that what is turned into this nightmare doesn't need to be like this, because the fact is there are things that we agree upon here on the dais. And so I just want to say that, you know, it starts, and whether you believe it or not, you say it enough time. You got to say, we got to try to be kind to each other. So you guys are here for a good cause, and I want to thank you, but allow us to move forward with the act of kindness, and let it start with us.
All right.
My only comment, and I'll be very brief to be kind to all of us, is that I think it's a good idea. I just don't think now's the time. But I pretty much know what's going to happen, so I'll move the motion so we can move on with other business.
With the items that I've kind of described, and staff allowing staff to...
Whatever you say, if it'll end the discussion, I'm happy to approve it.
I second that.
All right. Any discussion? Cast your votes.
That motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Gardner opposed.
Staff need clarification on anything? If not, agenda item 14.
Agenda item 14, unclaimed property city website presence, submitted by Deputy City Manager, Director of Finance.
Again, this is an item that I am passionate about. It's unclaimed property is money that just gets lost. The state of California gets it, and they barely do anything to return it to you, the rightful citizens, and us, the rightful citizens of Lake Forest. There's over $7 million owed just the citizens of Lake Forest. So I would like to try to put this on this issue, have a website on our city webpage to communicate this issue and try to get our money back.
All right. I think, there are no public comment? I think it's a great idea. I wish we did more things like this and published more things on our website, so I'll move the item.
Second that.
Mayor Hamilton, on the unfunds, now where does these funds originate from?
Sure, it can be you had a bank account and somehow you haven't touched it for like a couple of years and they automatically remit the money to the state of California. It could be that you've moved from another city to Lake Forest and some of the utility deposits that you had or some of the amounts that they owe you, those amounts have gone uncashed. It could be investments. If it has to do with money and it's owed you, that's what it can represent.
Is there a duration of how long the money can be in there, or does it get unclaimable after so much time?
Each type of property has its own holding period, and after that, it gets remitted to the state, and the state holds on to it forever.
So the state will hold on to it forever, but the fact is that the public, if they find out about it, can still go back and get it?
Yes.
Is an ID just an ID number or something they need to get that money?
Yeah, so the state website, you have to be very proactive and enter your name, spell it correctly if somehow the vendor didn't have the correct name, and you're searching it all one at a time. And so what my vision is to have a map of all the unclaimed property owed folks in Lake Forest, And then you can see, oh, hey, I've got a neighbor that is owed some unclaimed property. Let me go tell them.
Thank you. Do we have a motion and a second?
All right. Any other discussion? If not, cast your votes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item 15.
Agenda item 15, review of alternative animal care proposals submitted by city manager.
Mr. Members, City Council, this item was placed on the agenda by the council. We're certainly able to provide a staff report if the council would like to do that, or whatever else that the council feels like it wants to do at this juncture. Excuse me. So in any respect, I guess I'll look to you, Mr. Mayor, if you want us to go ahead and start a staff presentation on this
Yeah, I
item.
think since we have so many folks here tonight that might want to speak on this item, let's start with public comments.
Lisa Price, followed by Lynette Brown.
Welcome.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Lisa Price, and I am the Executive Director of Priceless Pets, and we're a no-kill nonprofit rescue in the city of Chino Hills and also in the city of Claremont. We operate in a retail establishment, and we are currently in the process of identifying our third location here in Orange County. Currently, between both locations, we adopt out approximately an average of 150 animals a month, with animals primarily coming from the high kill shelters in our community, including but not limited to the Orange County Animal Services. Chino Hills has become a no-kill community based on a collaboration model, much like what you guys are exploring. Animals are taken in, and after the stray hold is up, transferred to us, where they are then go up for the adoption to find a new and loving home. All owner surrenders are handled by us, as well as our city. Our city is very much alike, both in the animals that we handle as well as your guys' overall population. Priceless Pets strives to become the rescue organization that the community that we are in, and we want to help support other communities that want to bring this particular kind of program to their city. We feel like you guys are really, really close, and we want you guys to explore those other options and give that option a chance, because it does work, and it is working very well in the city of Chino Hills. We work hand in hand with our elected officials and our city staff, making a once ratio of 78% kill rate, and we have now reduced it down to 100% live release rate. So we're very proud of that accomplishment, and we want to thank our own city for leading that as well. And we believe that every city can achieve a better outcome for their four-legged residents. It seems as though that your city is very passionate about animals as well. And our organization has a proven track record and sustainable business model. So just this past December, we have collaborated with the City of Upland, who has now adopted this very model with Friends of the Upland Animal Shelter. You are so close. The fact that the animals are even on this agenda is a step in the right direction, and we would like the opportunity to submit an RFP if at all possible. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Lynette Brown, followed by Ann Brewer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council, City staff. My name is Lynette Brown. I'm also from Chino Hills. I'm a volunteer with the Priceless Pets. It's a 501c3 nonprofit rescue. It's a no-kill rescue. And I'm also on the Chino Hills Animal Welfare Ad Hoc Committee. We've spent a lot of time together with the city staff, the City Council, developing our model. I'm here tonight to thank you very much for having this on your agenda tonight, and to tell you not to give up. We've come from Chino Hills to tell you our success story. Although our model is not quite as complicated as the one you're considering, our rescue has partnered with our city to take in all our city's animals once the stray hold period is over. We've been able to take part of an amazing transition in our city and become no-kill. Our city shares similar populations in size. We also are nestled in the foothills against a state park, and we have almost the same exact dog and cat intake numbers as you do here. We are now taking our model to Claremont, as she mentioned, to duplicate these results. and we're encouraging the leaders here of the City of Lake Forest not to give up on your quest to bring your homeless animals back to your city and to your community, and make it your community goal to save them all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ann Brewer, followed by Jean Bland.
Thank you both very much. Sometimes we need to know that other people are doing this successfully before we move. Thank you.
Yeah, I too want to thank you guys for coming. You're a fresh of breath there, and your example is way open. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Good evening. There have been numerous grand jury inquiries and reports on the Orange County Animal Shelter in the last 15 years, each one recommending immediate action because the conditions were so awful. Nothing was ever done. Conditions are either the same or worse than they were 25 years ago. I lived in South Africa for 25 years, and the pound, which is what they call it there, treated their animals better than the sad, lonely, dirty animals that are treated at the county. By taking care of our own animals in Lake Forest, we are also doing an additional service to the citizens here. Many people cannot have a pet for a number of reasons, but would love to volunteer at a happy shelter. No one can survive volunteering at the Orange County Animal Shelter, but a pleasant local shelter will brighten not only the animals' lives, but also many who will have an opportunity to interact with animals and take comfort in their unconditional love. As for the county expecting us now to pay them to create a horrible animal shelter, I find this a major insult. Being one of the richest counties in the country, they can't find the money to do this after 40 years? We are supposed to love all of God's creatures, and how can we continuously forget that the animals at the Orange County Animal Shelter are also God's creatures and deserve better? I vote to create our own pet center or animal shelter or whatever you want to call it in Lake Forest. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jean Bland,
Mayor?
followed...
Mayor, I have a question for the speaker, Ms. Brewer. Now, I know you were one of Lake Forest's top volunteers last year, and they recognized you for Soroptimist and Garden Club, etc., but weren't you active in the animal rescue community?
Yes.
Did you raise 250 tons of donated food over a period of about 5 years?
Yes.
How difficult do you think it would be? Would you help us raise food for our local shelter so it didn't cost us anything through your connections?
Absolutely. There are many companies who donate food for a variety of animal services, shelters, and if you put in a little effort, you probably would never have to purchase food.
Okay, thank you.
Jean Bland, followed by Randy Johnson.
Welcome.
Yeah, I agree with Ann about the county shelter. I mean, it has been ignoring problems for so many years. And oddly enough, the best evidence we have of that this year is their own county auditor's 2015 report on the county shelter. And that's a 104-page document that's just loaded with problems, 34 recommendations. Take a look at that one. But beyond that, we all know that, we've got proof of it now, but beyond that, Dr. Gardner's proposal appears to be very workable and could serve in the future as a model to be used in place of failed centralized systems that currently are attempting to serve multiple cities that will fail related to large population growth that overwhelms them. Perhaps the deciding factor now needs to be about providing services to the citizens of Lake Forest that positively affect the citizens and the pets they love. City animal services would mean less drive time to search for a missing pet. Citizens could volunteer with shelter services with positive outcomes for the animals that they work with. Monetary donations could be made from citizens also toward the shelter, as they do in Mission Viejo through their DAWG, D-A-W-G group. And it would mean that if a citizen can no longer take care of their pet would have a real chance of being adopted. These are all factors that would enhance the lives of the citizens of Lake Forest, and we appreciate your consideration of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I have a question for Jean. Jean, yeah, they may not know, you're probably one of the most knowledgeable people in Southern California in terms of what's going on in all the shelters, and you've spent a lot of time looking and reading, et cetera. Is your opinion that the model, it's not my model because dozens of people worked on it, I'm presenting it, but I would be disingenuous if I called it my model. Is that a workable model?
Well, it certainly looks that way to me, yeah. I mean, you're a very detail-oriented person. We worked on this for a little while for Laguna Hills, but we couldn't come up with all the different factors that you considered, and I was very impressed with your model.
Thank you. As I said, it's not my model, but it's
I'm
our
sorry.
model. Thank you.
Lake Forest model. Thank you.
Thank you.
Randy Johnson, followed by April Josephson.
Welcome.
Good evening again, Council. Randy Johnson from Lake Forest. You know, I've stood before you since 2014, and I've submitted pounds of paperwork to you showing you what an awful organization Orange County Animal Care is. It's all factual, okay? And I read the 52-page report here by staff on this, and I'm not going to waste my time trying to rebut what they said. It's just a waste of time because it's not going to make any difference anyway, all right? They've already had their minds made up for a long time, as has the council majority, what you're going to do. You're not going to go back in the county and say, no, we don't want to be with you anymore. You're not going to be like Laguna Hills or Rancho Santa Margarita and do the best thing you can for your citizens and for our animals. No, no, because the county owns you. The county owns you. You do whatever you're told by the county, okay? There's a greater chance for the sun to rise this morning in the west than for you to approve this Lafan alternative. It's not going to happen, okay? I've known it for a long time. I predicted it, and I was 100% right. Also, you know, I figured this out back on July 21st. Remember we had a meeting, we had like 100 people here show up, you know, and a lot of speakers. And, you know, at that time, you directed the staff to look at alternatives. It took them 3 months to put a meeting together with Laguna Hills. 3 months, okay? Then they came back after 3.5 months with no alternatives at all. They were telling us what Orange County Animal Care had planned on their schedule. Go look at the November 3rd staff report if you don't believe me, okay? So they never had any intention to find an alternative. They just stroked us. They stroked us the entire time, okay? And then they had this accelerated program. You let the clock run out, and now you're here, and I know exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be another 3-2 vote. There's no doubt in my mind it's going to be a 3-2 vote, and the 3 right there are going to go with the county. Absolutely. So Laguna Hills lambasted the city manager and the council back on October 27th, okay, at their meeting. Go watch the video, because you guys drug your feet, and they publicly lambasted you. That was the Laguna Hills Council, okay? Now they're going with Mission Viejo, and it looks like Rancho Santa Margarita is going to do the same thing while you drug your feet and screwed your own citizens. Now, as far as the County of Orange is concerned, did you hear that they're going to renovate, apparently, the Civic Center up there, and in the short term in Phase 1, spend $150 million in order to demolish 3 buildings and to rebuild, you know, to put 3 buildings in their place? They don't need to tear those down. Those are very serviceable buildings, okay? No reason to do that. $150 million, and they're making us pay over $500,000.
Thank you for your comments.
April Josephson, followed by Sharon Logan.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, once again, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm here as the Executive Director of the Pet Adoption Center of Orange County. Because of my unique relationship as the South County representative to OC Animal Care for many years, a year and a half ago I developed the Pet Adoption Center to work directly with OC shelter animals with extensive knowledge of the data, procedures, policies, and costs at OC Animal Care, and a plan to work directly with them in a public-private partnership. Due to the new shelter being expedited, this has been backburnered, and we are operating on our own at the moment, but we are operating, and we are moving forward and have created a model that is engaging the community. Our facility is designed to take these pets with a daily cost per animal that is below what the cities pay to OC Animal Care right now. We're also a community resource and an education center. This center is also a current member of the Orange County Animal Care Adoption Partner Program. At the recommendation of Dr. Hawkins, the director of OC Animal Care, I consulted with the local expert in pet rescue centers, Dr. Wheaton of Alicia Pet Care Center and the Pet Rescue Center. Beyond that, as a further part of my planning process, I consulted with the manager of the cage-free Silicon Valley Animal Control Authority shelter, who also happens to be my daughter. That facility is a model for pet adoption. That's what I focused on, and it's a municipal shelter with similar demographics, and I used that to gauge what the costs would be and how to manage the animals. They had a live release rate of 93% for 2015. They also work closely with John Cicerelli, the consultant who provided your opinion letter. They even share their database with him, with both shelters. I've read his opinion, and I would like to address a couple points. Absolutely, cat licensing, we know, is not going to have any kind of impact. So I planned my center based on budget, as I said before, that is less than OC's current budget. I'm part of a network that works right now, and we manage rescue and adoption of animals with very low cost. That network includes El Toro Animal Hospital and Dr. Fred, who's in the audience, who has a very large facility that works directly with rescue and has the ability to cover Lake Forest. Between him and my facility, I believe that we have a network that's in place that all that we would have to do for Lake Forest would be address the animal control issue. Anyway, as of today, there is only one cat that is in the holding period for Lake Forest that's at OC. I know this data because the network I work with, we study the data daily. Anyway, I would really like to continue pursuing this concept. We have a little more time, and I'd be happy to meet with the city immediately to consider my alternative network. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wait. I didn't get your name.
April Josephson.
And how long has a pet adoption center been open?
I started the 501c3 April of last year. The concept was 6 months in the planning before that, and we have opened part-time as of December, and we are still finishing the build-out, but in the meantime, we're running the Pet Expo with the county, we're having events at our facility, and we're having other rescue groups come in as well and utilize our facility.
Well, I want you to thank you for all you do for the animals out there.
Okay.
I really appreciate it. And you did this with a group of other people, Pet Adoption Center?
Yes, they are all I chose my board of directors very, very carefully. They are all people that have been in the rescue community, shelter workers, ran the Found Animals Adopt and Shop in Mission Viejo Mall. One of my volunteers who ran that center is in the audience, Shell Marie, if she's there you are. So what we've done is we've taken the best of the best who've been involved for decades, and we've put ourselves together and we've created this network, and that's why I think on 5 weeks' notice we were able to plan the Pet Expo and get, as I mentioned, at least a dozen rescue groups. We've got a number of vets, and so I really want to work with the city on this, provide data, and I think if you come to the Pet Expo, you'll see what we can do.
Awesome. Thank you so much for what you're doing. I'll see you at the Pet Expo.
Great. Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
If I understand what you said, you're proposing an alternate to the model that Lake Forest Animal Network model that I proposed, that some people have said is too complicated because it's coordinating with all the vets.
Right.
And you're saying in your model that Dr. Fred instead would run a more traditional shelter and everything would be funneled through there instead of...
Basically, animal control could drop the pets off at his facility. He currently has a separate entrance right now for one cat rescue. He works with a lot of the rescues that I work with, and we already have had a system where we have coordinated bringing animals from his facility to my pet adoption center for events during the day. When my build-out is complete, which we're self-funding, as I mentioned, because of the county delays, but I'm already in the process, and I'm meeting with Art Institute is going to make us a student project through all of their design courses. So we're engaging the community, and I'm working with the Laguna Hills Chamber and a lot of my vendors, the Rancho Chamber, things like that. So it's a total community effort, and this effort has developed to such a point that we have this system underground that nobody knows exists.
Wow. Well, my hat's off to you.
And where is Dr. Fred's hospital?
Dr. Fred is El Toro Animal Hospital. He's on the El Toro Frontage Road, just down the street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Frederick.
Sharon Logan, followed by Sherry Anderson.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members of Lake Forest. My name is Sharon Logan. I'm a resident of Seal Beach, California. I am the plaintiff in Logan versus OC, Orange County Animal Care. I filed a 24-page lawsuit against Orange County Animal Care for their illegal euthanasia practices and the systematic killing of healthy adoptable animals. It was a 3-year legal battle, and we have a 48-page out-of-court settlement agreement with Orange County Animal Care filed in August 2015 with Orange County Superior Court. I'm here tonight to speak up against Orange County Animal Care and to support Mr. Gardner and his proposal. The proposal by Mr. Gardner is a comprehensive solution to saving more lives. It outlines costs and solutions that will never be possible at the new Orange County Animal Care. For the next 2 years, Orange County Animal Care has to provide my attorney and my rescue with a list of every single dog that or every single animal that has come into their shelter that was euthanized. We received our first report in August of 2015, and Orange County Animal Care gave us a report that said that they euthanized 491 animals. So that equals 16 animals a day, every day, systematically for 31 days. Well, when we released that data, it went viral and it received nationwide media attention. Then we came to find out that Orange County Animal Care made a mistake and that the actual number of animals that were euthanized were not 491, but 725. 725 animals euthanized at Orange County Animal Care in a 31-day period. Averages to 24 animals a day, every single day for 31 days. Is that the kind of place where you would like to contract with? Is that the kind of place where you want your pets for the strays of Lake Forest to end up? One only has to read the OC grand jury reports on the shelter to know that for the last 20 years they have consistently failed. They can build a new shelter all they want in Tustin, but if you have management that is incompetent and a bunch of clowns running the shelter, you're still going to have a new, beautiful, aesthetic building, but the management is not going to change. We need new staff and new management that are pro-adoption over pro-kill, and understanding that the systematic killing of healthy adopted animals needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sherry Anderson, followed by Gina Kansabadian.
Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, but I don't feel kind and I don't feel optimistic. I've been disappointed by you so many times since October. As a longtime resident of Lake Forest, I'm supposed to smile at you about killing animals. I'm sorry, I can't.
You came here for the right reason.
I came here to support animals, not the killing of animals like I've seen you vote for over and over again, Scott. I can't smile over that. I've had nightmares over that.
What you say?
I am disgusted by Robinson, Hamilton, and Voights because you continue to vote to go with OCAC. You know the county shelter has been investigated time and time again by the grand jury. And there he goes. Brave man. That they show corruption, abuse, high kill rates, lawsuits. It's horrific. Nothing we hear from the county can be trusted. It's an unknown. So to say that there's something unknown about Dr. Gardner's plan would be crazy. The people here tonight think, like I used to, if we appeal to your hearts, your soul, your humanity, your Christianity, you'll see that killing our abandoned and lost pets at Orange County Shelter is so wrong in so many ways. A lot of our lost pets don't even make it to the shelter. They die in the truck on the way there. What a horrible death for these animals. But you know all that. The residents here tonight think, like I used to, that paying the county over $1 million this year is a horrible decision, and you'll see that, and that's why they're here. I've known for weeks now, none of that makes any difference to you. We know the vote will be 3-2. I'd love to see you prove me wrong, but I've been disappointed so many times hearing the same kind of arguments that we're hearing tonight. The only way you vote the only way your vote makes sense is that it's for your own political gain and financial gain. You serve the county, Don Wagner, and David Ellis. I highly support the no-kill option Dr. Gardner introduced to the City Council. It's humane and financially a better deal for the city. Let's keep our pets and money in Lake Forest. Thank you, Dr. Gardner and Councilman Adams, for caring about our residents and us. And again, and I'm sorry, Councilman Adams, that you've been so unsafe and what happened, and I don't feel safe because of the horrible campaign that they've put our city through. Thank you.
Gina Kansabadian, followed by Kiko Kelly.
And again, there
was
were...
another scream there, so this is our last. We will have a recess.
Again, I just wanted to mention there were 24 people who worked on the proposal, so I initiated it and I wrote it, and I'm responsible for all the errors, but it's far more than my proposal.
Good evening. I'm here
Welcome.
I'm here to support what Dr. Gardner is trying to do. I've been in rescue for over 30 years. I'm 50 years old. That means the majority of my life has been in rescue. I understand what everybody's saying here about the Orange County Shelter. I have witnessed it firsthand. 3 minutes is not long enough for me to tell you what goes on in those shelters, but if you want to call me, I'd be more than happy to explain it to you. It's not just the euthanasia of the animals, but the inhumane treatment. If you saw the way those animals are being treated and cared for, or lack of care for, you would be appalled. I can bring you pictures, I can bring you videos. We have tried everything to stop the inhumane way of the treatment, but it has not worked. You guys could actually start and develop something that is beautiful and humane, where the Girl Scouts would be proud to volunteer, where your community will get involved. So please, please, please consider it. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kiko Kelly, followed by Steve Welch.
I had a question for you. Yours is a rescue group, and one of the issues, if the city decides to go ahead with, when the city decides to go ahead with this project, we're going to rely on volunteers. How easy is it to get volunteers? How many volunteers do you have, and how much work
I get
do they
at
do?
least 300 emails a day for people wanting to volunteer. We have hundreds of volunteers.
And you're located in this area?
Yes, we're actually in Laguna Beach and Laguna Hills. It's Animal Crackers Pet Rescue. I'm the founder. But what's really interesting is that most of the shelters do not allow anybody under 18 to volunteer, where we do. We have 6-year-olds that come in and walk the dogs. We have the handicapped children come in and walk the dogs. We're very open to the public because we want them to be passionate about the animals. If you go to a county shelter, they do not allow anybody under 18 to volunteer. Most of your shelters, for instance, Laguna Beach, you have to go through a 6-month course before you could even volunteer, where literally you call us, you sign a waiver, you're there the next day working. And we are completely cage-free. And we don't do just dogs and cats, we do all domestic animals. So don't forget about the bunnies and the chickens and the
Guinea pigs?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't do people, though.
Kiko Kelly, followed by Steve Welch.
Good evening,
councilmen and women and staff. My name is Keiko Kelly, and I am a volunteer, a former educator, high school educator, and volunteer for Animal Crackers for Gina Katsabinian. And on her point, I would like to say that also I'm a former Lake Forest member, citizen. She has had a mentorship program for many, many years, and she, I'm reading this because it was written by another volunteer. We have so many, but she has received 3 grants for their work in the area of STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and math, in their mentoring of at-risk girls and teens for with the local senior citizens in our Laguna Hills area. And Animal Crackers gives back to our community with this collaboration. She, specifically, Gina is a former naval engineer and resigned from her job so that she could pursue her passion with the rescue of animals and to save lives. And she's saved thousands and thousands of animals' lives humanely. She has a heart of gold, and she specifically targets girls between the ages of 10 and 18, and in their care and their feeding and their training of these programs. And it really, as a teacher, I understand that it really does help with their self-esteem and just the gratification through teamwork and everything. And it really bonds the seniors and the young children together and the young girls. It really does help the community in so many ways. And she gives to the community, Laguna Beach, years and years and years, and now Laguna Hills and Lake Forest. She would love to be a part of this amazing program that Dr. Gardner has proposed. It's fantastic. She, her grant, her membership, I'm going to quickly go through this, was developed in 2014, and as Gina said, everybody's included, and it's a wonderful program. Just wanted you to know that she's fantastic, and so please consider her and Animal Crackers and her experience to help everybody with this program, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Steve Welch, followed by Rose Tingle.
Welcome.
Nice to be here, be able to talk to you people tonight. I'm an animal rescue that's been doing it for almost 50 years. I do law enforcement dogs. I've done the Orange County Sheriff's Patrol dogs and cadaver dogs. Our rescue, what we do is we rescue the animal that's healthy. We train them for our wounded warriors, and we train them as bomb dogs, search and rescue dogs. I work at every level of government. I speak before universities and stuff to governors and law enforcement and senators, and I've been speaking about this program for, like I said, 40 years. We have rescued dogs and had run facilities with 300 to 500 dogs, and those facilities were all rescue dogs. We put them to work, and you have to have a good management program. I've actually worked with Orange County before they became so bad and changed management and stuff. And I actually won't pull from that pound because I don't want to get the rest of my animals sick that we have. That pound is full of disease. It's usually filthy. It stinks. When animal control comes to our facility, we have letters of recommendation about how stellar it is, how we have no odor, what good condition the animal's in. That's just good management. So the program in understanding animal husbandry, we have a university-level educational program with McMinnville University up in Oregon, where we put this program together, and we had them help sponsor it. They've actually offered to set up a facility there and have us run the dogs through law enforcement, local law enforcement, and then have them adopted out to other law enforcement. As you know, animals going into law enforcement can cost up to $60,000. By rescuing these animals, not only will you bring money into the community, but you'll also save law enforcement that cost, that $60,000 cost. It's still going to cost to adopt the animal, but it's not going to be $60,000. And law enforcement, the military, our sniper dogs at 29 Palms that I've been doing for almost 40 years. I work with the 5th and 3rd Marine Divisions here at Camp Pendleton. I don't believe there's a law enforcement agency in California or along the West Coast or overseas. I work with foreign governments. I work with embassy dogs. These dogs are useful. They don't need to be put down. They need to be managed. They need somebody who knows how to manage them. They need somebody who knows how to take care of them, and they need somebody who's going to place them. I work with most of these rescues here and have over the years. There's people sitting here I've worked with 25 and 30 years, rescuing their animals that were unrescuable, according to them, or abused, or vicious, or just at large, and no place to put them. And that's what we do with them. The St. Bernard Rescue here locally. We just placed a dog up in Simi Valley to a disabled woman. It's a St. Bernard that just didn't have a home. About 120 pounds of uncontrollable. They get vicious, we can change it. I'm a behavioralist. I'm a nutritionist. I've been a farm kid all my life, and I've majored in agriculture. So I've been through the...
Thank you. I didn't get your name and with your organization.
Steve Welch, and it's SW Canine Rehab.
Where are you out of?
Right now, Tebuco Canyon. We have another facility we're building in.
Tebuco Canyon?
Mm-hmm. We're getting a facility right now in Santa Ana. I've looked over Dr. Gardner's program. It's a great program, but it still needs more. And I think the city of Lake Forest needs a facility.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And
Thank
thanks
you.
for all you do.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Steve?
Absolutely.
How many, we get about 60, correct me if I'm wrong, we get about 60 dogs that, for Lake Forest, who come through the system who are strays and ultimately get adopted, hopefully. Out of those 60 dogs, and it's a pretty mixed group of dogs, how many of those would be eligible for a program like yours?
As long as they're healthy, they can be trained as autistic dogs, Alzheimer's dogs, bomb dogs. They can be trained as mobility support, and we even do bereavement dogs for children. We've done a lot with Make-A-Wish in the past for children that are terminal, and we have trained dogs that went from child to child to child to help them pass away.
Does it work with small dogs as well as large dogs?
Any size dog. Awesome. Any size dog. It can be a Chihuahua. Matter of fact, we trained a Chihuahua as a drug dog for Laguna Beach.
That's a drug dog.
Real easy to put him up in the cabinets and ceilings.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Take care. Yeah.
Rose Tingle, followed by Christy McLean.
Welcome.
I know that you talk about sports a lot in the city, and we have that beautiful sports park, but you know there's lots of children that don't participate in sports, they don't do well, don't like sports. However, children trained to extend justice. This is a statement from the National PTA Congress. Children trained to extend justice, kindness, and mercy to animals become more just, kind, and considerate in their relationships to each other. Training along these lines will result in men and women of broader sympathies, more humane, more law-abiding, in every respect, more valuable citizens. So this is not just about animals, it's about our children. I'd like you to remember that. Also, if you don't know by now, the estimate from the county is that the new shelter will cost approximately $35 million. They're not paying for it. They're going to the cities to pay for it. All they have is something like $4.5 million, which they've been saying for years and years that they're going to contribute, but still no shelter. I mean, you even heard April said that they put her case on the back burner. I mean, we've been dealing with the supervisors many, many years, and what their mode of operation is that people complain, they throw us a few crumbs to satisfy or pacify us, and then it's back to business as usual. It's not going to end if and when they ever build a new shelter, because we're always going to have this management issue. We found out recently that their statistics are incorrect. They were counting a litter of kittens as one cat euthanized. So you can imagine how many cats and kittens were killed. And also, the mentality of the Board of Supervisors, when they issued the press release about the land swap, Supervisor Sean Nelson had the audacity to say that the delay in building the shelter was nobody's fault. I mean, whose fault was it? Was it the animals' fault? I mean, doesn't that tell you the mentality of those people? They have no consciousness for animal care. They don't care about the animals. So, if you build a new shelter, they're still going to be responsible for it, so what are they going to do about it? It's nobody's fault. And I do support Dr. Gardner's proposal. The city of Lake Forest can be a light instead of, joining the crowd and trying to get the supervisors to do something. And also, Mr. Nick, I think what the stone through your window is horrible. I mean, this is like third world country.
Thank you for your comments.
Christy McLean, followed by Josh Biscay.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for allowing us all to speak. It's very nice that we are able to have a voice. The agenda item that we're talking about is a review of alternative animal care proposal, and the recommended action is receive and file, and exercise city council discretion in further directing staff regarding animal care services as deemed appropriate. So in the past 6 months, I would like you to consider the fact that you have seen multiple over 20, 30, 40 people come to the dais and express their concern about OC Animal Care. I'm not really sure, and maybe I'm wrong, that there has been one person to come up here in support of OC Animal Care. Every single issue that comes to the dais seems to come back to this campaign signs, your guys' relationship with each other and everything else. I think with the recall and everything else, if one of you would possibly consider voting for the support of OC Animal Care at this point, it's going to become very clear what your intentions are. Every single resident that has come here before you has been not in support of OC Animal Care. I went there again with my same daughter to adopt a dog 2 years ago. We left in tears. The dog we chose sat in a cage for 3 weeks because she was not available, because she had not been neutered yet, and we waited on bated breath to adopt that dog, who came out of there so timid. I'm still dealing with those issues. She's the nicest dog. Had she not spent 3 weeks in a cage, she wouldn't have dealt with a lot of the issues that she had. They wouldn't even walk her. So all I'm saying is that if you vote against exploring alternatives to OC Animal Care, you might as well put the nail in the coffin on the recall, because it will be very clear that you're not supporting the people's requests from the city. I have not taken I have not signed any recall. I have not taken a strong position on the recall. But from what I have witnessed, not one person has come before you in support of OC Animal Care. So I strongly urge you, if you are trying to protect yourselves against this recall, that you will be in support of the residents of Lake Forest and exploring alternatives. Whether it's Jim Gardner's proposal or one of these other fine proposals, you've seen that there is a community wave here of support for doing something better. It's unfortunate that it takes animals to make us act in the best of humanities.
Josh Biscay, followed by Steve Coover.
Okay, thank you very much, Christy. I also wanted to mention we have 15 letters from people who couldn't be here tonight, all supporting that we move in an alternate manner. For those of you who believe that I am the dog, is living proof that I'm not the dog.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Josh Biscay, and I know many of you have seen you out. I am a 4-year overtaxed resident of Lake Forest. I am an MBA and an MBS, for Scott's benefit. That is a Master's of Business Administration and a Master's of Business Science. And I've been in the corporate world for 20 years, and I'm fortunate to have clients in the top 1% of the 1%. And the reason that is relevant is that same way I analyze plans, I've analyzed Dr. Gardner's plan. And it is a fiscally conservative plan. And for 30 years, I've been a right-wing fiscal conservatives. Some of my best friends are right-wing fiscal conservative. Dwight Robinson, Andrew Hamilton, Scott Boyce. Based on your voting record, you are liberal.
Steve Coover.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello again. I've been to the Orange County Animal Shelter on 4 occasions. In the late 1990s, I drove somebody up there who had no transportation, who went to pick up his dog that was picked up by the hound. We wouldn't give him to him. Together, we were $4 short, I think, on the fee they wanted. We left. We came back. They had killed his dog. My wife was there one day visiting, just looking at the animals, and unbeknownst to me, I come home from work, and she says, "Look, honey, we got a cat." I said, "Great, we have a cat." About to be killed, had been adopted, fixed, declawed, everything, and returned to the shelter. The shelter said he wouldn't eat. A 24.5-pound cat that wouldn't eat, I doubt it. He ended up being a fantastic cat. When we looked for a dog to keep our cat company, we checked out various shelters around the county. When we got to the shelter in Orange, there was a dog who'd got there the night before. We checked him out. He was a little timid because he didn't understand what was happening. He was an owner's surrender. Someone bought him, threw him in their backyard for 2 years. He was fantastic. We paid the money to get him adopted. We had to wait not as long as others, 13 days for him to get fixed and chipped and all that stuff. When we got him out of there, he had a cough. He was a different animal completely, just 13 days there. After an automotive accident, my dog was taken back to the shelter. I went and picked him up the next day. He had a cough. On the last occasion that I've ever been there, I went just because I was in the area to stop by and pay my fees, and they kicked me out because they had my dog with me. Said, "He's going to get sick. You don't want him here." So I took him back to the car, washed his feet off with wet towels, put him back in the car, went in, paid fees, and left. Please, we need away from this county shelter. I've heard it started out as somebody's house that they just kind of added on to make the current shelter. When I was there the last time paying my fees, the conditions were horrible. And now from the photographs I've seen, it's even worse. Please do the right thing. Get us away from these people that don't seem to care. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've had no further requests.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council.
I have a presentation to talk about the issues raised in the staff report. So, with if you're okay, I'll do my presentation.
What's the gist of it, I guess? You've done a presentation and staff's had the chance to critique it or examine it.
Yeah,
have things changed, or is it a?
Well, in my presentation, mostly I'm talking about issues that were not raised either in the staff report or in my previous proposals. It's new material.
So, if it's new material and we haven't seen it before, I think we should get a paper copy of it and then take time to review it to...
Oh, I don't, if you see it, it's not numbers. It talks more about values and compares. It's a comparison of Orange County with the Lake Forest Animal Network, talking about what our values are, what your values and my values are, and seeing which of these matches our value systems. It's really not. It's nothing that you couldn't absorb very easily without doing any homework.
Does it change your proposal then?
Does it change the proposal? Well, I think it would change, if anybody hadn't thought through their values, I think it would change their mind. I wish I had put it in my original proposal, would have made my original proposal stronger. And I just don't see the problem in spending 5 or 6 minutes going through it.
Five or 6 minutes.
Can you start it? Some of this are figures that we've seen. Sit up on there. Keep going. Go back a second. And go back 2 slides. These are important data. And this data here is important because this is the 5-year trend in dog and cat admissions going through 2014. So by the time... This slide, there you go. This slide is pretty important from the budgetary point of view because it shows the trends from 2010 through 2014 of dog and cat admissions. That has implications for our budget because that means going forward we're probably going to be spending less and less. In any event, the average dog admissions is going down 7% and cat admissions going down 11%. Next slide. Next slide shows the trend in Orange County field services. And again, field services are going down 7% a year. So both of those have budgetary implications. In other words, the budget figures I gave you before are likely to go down X percentages each year as we go forward. This is 2014. So by the time we get started in 2017, we're already 2 more years worth of trends. Next one, and now values. We say, meaning the council, we say let's avoid big government. Well, who's big government here? Big government is the county, where they're going to handle 30,000 animals a year. Big government is the network, which is local city control, handles less than 1,000 a year. If you believe that you're against big government, then you're in favor of LFAN. Next one. Values. Promote local control. There is no local control. The county controls everything. They refuse to set up an oversight committee. We have no say in fees, hiring, administration, etc. LFAN, local control. We can control everything. We can do oversight. We can set fees. We can pick the nonprofit. We can pick the vet. If you believe in local control, then you'll vote for LFAN. Next one. It's our values. Will our values match our decisions? Promote volunteerism, particularly the mayor. Promote volunteerism. OCAC has very few volunteers because nobody likes to kill animals. The people who've been here tonight have hundreds of volunteers. If you believe in promoting volunteerism, as the mayor does, you'll vote for LFAN. Next one. If you support local businesses, which Mr. Robinson and Mr. Voigt strongly support, what happens now? $600,000 goes to the county every year. It doesn't stay here. And they're about to extort $500,000 or $1 million from us, all of that leaving the city. What happens with LFAN? All that money stays here. It goes to pay for vets, goes to pay for retail space, goes to pay for staff and volunteers. If you believe in supporting local businesses, you support LFAN. Next one. Getting competitive bids. This council is very strong on getting competitive bids. And yet, Orange County is not a competitive bid. We give them the exemption. With LFAN, we can get competitive bids on everything, on the vets, on the nonprofit group, on the retail space. If you believe in getting competitive bids, you have to pick LFAN. Next one. Maximizing ROI, return on investment. We are all in strong of maximizing ROI. What's our ROI on Orange County? We're going to give them between $500,000 and $900,000, and what do we get for it? Nothing. We get permission to get bad service and get our animals killed. That's what we get for it. We have no equity position whatsoever. What do we get with the LFAN model? We pay $400,000, we get $150,000 worth of new vehicles. We decrease our admissions, which can save us $60,000 to $150,000 through aggressive programming. We create a working model of animal care that can serve the city. If you believe in maximizing ROI, you must pick LFAN. Next one. Do our values match our decisions? Maximizing revenues. Orange County, big government is unable to act because of the bureaucracy. They can't do anything. They wanted, when Ryan was in charge, he wanted to do multi-year licensing. He couldn't do it. You have to get 18 cities to agree. It's hard enough for 5 of us to agree. Imagine trying to get 5 times 18 people to agree. LFAN, maximizing revenues. It's a small, nimble organization. Can introduce new ways to generate money. Cat licensing, you say it doesn't work, but it works in some other places. Multi-year licensing. We can actively pursue grants, donations, business partnerships. We can respond to market forces. So maximizing revenues. If you believe an organization should maximize revenues, you must vote for LFAN. Next one. Keeping costs down. The county, miserable conditions, therefore doesn't have volunteers. The single greatest way of keeping costs down in the animal care industry is volunteers. And you've seen from the people close to here, dozens, hundreds of volunteers. Major ways of keeping it down. Plus donations of items, products, services, plus keeping the oversight. Does Orange County care what it costs? No, because whatever they lose, we pay. So if you believe in keeping costs down, you must choose LFAN. Next one. Notes on economies of scale. I know the staff and I know some of the council members like the idea of economies of scale. Economies of scale work, but in a limited manner. Think of your best restaurant. Is your best restaurant a chain, or is it a unique place run by a small little place? Think about when you get work done, like on your house. Do you go out and get a chain of people to do it, or do you go get a quality workman? In other words, when the issue is the quality of service, there is no economy of scale. As a matter of fact, most professionals in the field call it diseconomies of scale. When the issue is quality, there are no economies of scale. Next one. Doing it right. This council and this city and this staff are always talking about doing it right. Okay, let's see. Orange County. As you've heard tonight, you couldn't do worse without being thrown in jail than Orange County. You couldn't do worse than being thrown in jail. Doing it right. 5 grand juries, lawsuits. Sharon was here with her law. Yeah, there she is, talking about the lawsuits. Broken promises. Doing it right. City-controlled, small, nimble agency, capable of change and responding to market needs and trend. We can do it right because it's ours. If you believe in doing it right, you must choose LFAN. Next one. I'm almost finished. I see you're getting nervous. Almost finished. Compassion.
I'm not nervous.
Well, you look like it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Not nervous.
Okay. Good, because I got actually 10 more minutes I can do. Compassion. Orange County. The single major product in Orange County is death. The single largest product. If you go into Orange County, you are more likely to come out dead than anything else. That's what they produce. Was it Sharon or Sharon's group? They have, for every one article, one procedure they have about adoption, they have 50 procedures about killing. What does that tell you about an agent? The single largest outcome for Orange County is death. Plus, and that may be a place where you want to die, because as you've heard tonight, the conditions are so inhumane, they're probably better off dead. So if we want compassion, the Lake Forest model, quality medical care. improved physical conditions, vastly more contact time with people and with other pets, and less chances of being killed. Less chances of being killed. If you believe in compassion, then you must vote for LFAN. Next one. Just in summary, if these are your values, and I believe these are our values, avoiding big government, promoting local control, promoting volunteerism, supporting local businesses, getting competitive bids, maximizing ROI, maximizing revenues, keeping costs down, doing it right compassion. If these are your values, they're certainly my values. And I know all of you say these are your values. These are your values, you must pick LFAN. Last slide. What's the next step from here? Step number 1, which I'll make a motion at some point or another. I wanted to thank, before I finish, I wanted to thank Carlo and the staff for helping me work on this project. And it's a little bit unusual for a city council member to be doing something like this, but then again, you all knew I was an unusual city council member when you voted for me, so you got to put up with it. Next step, approve the conceptual model and ask the staff to report back in 1 month with an RFP. I know the staff are worried because you didn't say this, you didn't say that, you didn't say the other thing. That's true, but we've approved a senior center and a civic center and a sports park without knowing if we're going to do it this way or that way or that way. More work needs to be done. More work needs to be done. This is not a finished model, this is a conceptual model, but the conceptual model works. We now need to give it to the staff, and the people who've been here, and the people who've written into us, and the people from Mission Viejo and Irvine can all help and work with the staff to work out the details. The details need to be worked out, but we as a group, and Councilman Robinson's always criticizing me for trying to drill down into the details and say, I want the global. This is the global one. This concept works, and it matches our values. So that's what we should do tonight. Approve the concept, get the staff working on it, come back in a month with an RFP. Number 2, reject the OC contract when it comes in. And number 3, establish the Animal Commission. Someone here talked about having an Animal Commission there in their city. They can, and this works regardless of what we do, they can give us guidance. We can be saving a lot of money. We can be doing a lot of things locally that will help by that. So those are the 3 outcomes that I'm looking for from tonight. And I'd be available, and I'm sure Carlo are available if you have any questions.
All right, so that we can, I believe, in order for us to be able to start our discussion, I think, legally speaking, a motion needs to be made and seconded so we can begin. I move for us, for the council, to approve this conceptual model, with it reject the contract, the renewal of the contract with the Orange County Animal Care, and I further move for a Animal Care Commission to be established by the city.
Thank you very much. I'll second that.
Discussion.
Okay. I have a lot of questions because we had a pretty significant staff report there, and you've had 2 presentations yourself. So my first question is, what is LFAN? Does it exist today? What is it?
No, LFAN is a conceptual model. LFAN refers to that network, which would consist of the city, the veterinarians, although, there's an alternate model here, in which case it would be a single vet, but the model as I presented it is a multiple. It kind of doesn't matter, but the relationship between the city, the vets, the retail or adoption center, that's based, and then the rescues and the pet stores. And just as if you go to the first or second slide in there, that's what LFAN is. It's that relationship. Does it exist today? No, for several reasons. One, because as I was exploring the model, I ran into many people and many agencies that were experienced, and some of whom are here tonight and some of whom aren't here tonight, Yeah, if you could get that first slide, or second slide that shows the model. So I rated the agencies that are already doing this, that have rescue, volunteers out the yin-yang who have that experience doing it, so that it seemed to me foolish for us to create and start from zero that kind of model when they already existed. So, no, it doesn't exist today, but as a concept it exists.
Okay, so will it exist at some point, and what will it be?
Well, and that's kind of up to the staff and us to decide. Do we want to, for example, work with Dr. Fred's, a single vet service, which I suspect would be cheaper than, and less complicated than doing that? Or, do we want to keep the network? Do we want the retail center to be here in Lake Forest? Do we want to partner with April's retail center? Those are all decisions we would make, and then LFAN would emerge out of that.
Okay, I'm struggling with the word "we." That's what I'm trying to understand. Who are we?
We is, just as we would do with any project. We would say, yeah, we like the model, it matches our values, we think we can handle it. Now you, which I guess is Mr. Dunnock, or it's Deborah, or it's probably Carlo at the end of the day. Now you go out and come back to us, with which of those is going to work. You go talk to the people from Chino Hills, talk to April, talk to Dr. Fred, talk to Gina, talk to Rose, bring all those people in, maybe have a big workshop in which we actually, spend the whole day, we being them, although we could certainly be, two of us could do it, the rest of us could, and we'd sit together and map all these things out and say, what's going to work for us here in Lake Forest?
Okay, I'm confused, because the way I understood the Lake Forest Animal Network was that it was a non-profit organization.
And it would be. In other words,
but if we includes the city, the city can't be part of a non-profit organization.
No, the city, originally I had in mind, we had in mind doing a single agency, a single nonprofit agency that handled everything. After talking with Carlo and Deborah and the staff, we came to the conclusion that that was probably a flawed model or not the right way to do it. The best way to do it would be for animal care and licensing to stay with the city. So that would stay with the city.
Okay. That's not what's in the report. I mean, it wasn't your proposal 4 weeks ago.
No,
you were trying to ram this through really quick, and the staff said they needed more time. And now it sounds like it's completely morphed, and it has very little to do with the staff report that I just spent hours and hours and hours talking to people about reading over the last few days. So I'm trying to understand what it is today, because I can't be voting on what I've just read.
And that's why we have the questions. And, let me say, somebody pointed out, we should have had this in front of us in July, but we didn't. And then in December, but we didn't, so we have it here now.
To be fair, though, you had the opportunity to bring this up, and you didn't.
Who's waiting for the staff to produce it?
Hold on, let me finish. You were focusing on trying to find a shelter location. This is I don't know when this conceptualized in your mind, but my assumption is that it occurred after we found in December that there were no suitable shelter locations in town. So really...
No, not at all.
Okay, well, I've never heard about it until February. So I don't think that it's fair, because we all have the opportunity to comment. I don't think that it's fair to say that the staff didn't do their part. I mean, we're talking about a conceptual model here that in its exact form doesn't exist anywhere. There are some variations like Chino Hills and some others.
Yeah,
but it doesn't exist in this exact form.
It's a good question. What happened was, in December, when we voted, or you voted, to go ahead with Orange County, and I said, no, we really didn't get that model, I then went out to find the model, the shelter model. That's what I started working on. My first step, because of my background as a scientist, a researcher, and a consultant, was to get the data. So I went out and I got the data. I got more data than, as several people have said, than anybody ever got. Not quite. And I started looking at what exactly is the nature of the problem. And as I got more and more data, it seemed to me that we were all on the wrong track, because the number of animals we deal with and the quality of those animals, or call it the condition of those animals, did not justify a shelter. So in midstream, while I was shooting for this is the cost of a shelter, it occurred to me we just don't have the numbers or the problems that qualify as a shelter. So the original proposal came out is that model of the no shelter. That was the model from early January. What happened, and that how that happened? That it happened because what I want to say. I don't want to say stupidly, or ignorantly, but I was trying, if you only have a hammer, everything's got to be a nail. I was looking for the solution before I looked at the evidence. I was trying to say, where do we put the shelter, what size? Shelter, shelter, shelter. And when I should have looked at the data. When I looked at the data said, no shelter, we don't need a shelter. So that was the transition. The initial one was a no shelter model. And as Carlo knows, because I was meeting with people constantly, and him as well, we were changing it, not daily, but certainly weekly. You got version 14, I think I'm on version 20. So in the course of doing that, the staff made the decision, because it was like hitting a moving target, like the bear's moving, how do you hit it? So rather than wait for the latest version, staff made the decision they would do the report based on that first, or version, that wasn't the first, version 14 that came in, even though they were aware and I was aware, and we were working on something. But the truth is, in our discussions, in my discussions with other people, even that began to morph and change, but it just didn't seem practical to the staff that, what do they respond to? So they made the decision, let's do our report based on number 14, even though we know it's changing and evolving.
Well, and I think the challenge there is that that's the direction that we gave as a council. So,
yes,
like I said, I've been reading a report, and I've been basing my whole thought process here on the presentation that was given 2 meetings ago, and now it seems like it's changed even more. And now I'm being asked to move forward tonight, and I'm just starting with my questions, because I have tons. Because as you can imagine, looking through the proposal, on the whole, I think you have an interesting concept. Okay, I am concerned about its ability to be executed in a timely fashion, because I have no clue of how long it would take to actually put something like this together, and I also don't have an example to draw from, since it's such a unique situation, right? And so that's one of my challenges. But
well, if you're worried, I believe you got yesterday I sent everybody the latest version. But okay, but you did you get it? Did everybody else get it? Okay, you got it. But you're busy. I can't imagine
25 different email addresses.
No.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. No, and that certainly wasn't intentional on the part of staff or on me. That's just the way it's developing. But all of those elements are tried and true. People here tonight, a half a dozen people or more, will tell you how well rescues work. We don't have to reinvent the rescues, or how well adoption centers work, or how well veterinary services work. So there's nothing unusual or unique in all these elements. If we decide to, if you're worried that my model is a little too avant-garde or innovative or advanced or untested, then, there's been another model being put on the table here that says, we could give up the network and just go for the vet in the vet hospital, etc. So that's another model, and that's part of what I mean when I say, okay, if that looks good and intriguing and interesting and matches our values and looks like it could work, let's ask the staff now to sit down with the people from Chino and Pet Adoption Center, El Toro, Animal Crackers, these 6 or 7 groups, and sit down and come out and specify in more detail which of these models we want to go with.
Oh, okay, and I can appreciate that. If I take one of the models as an example that you've just suggested, and that one of the two first speakers that we had from Chino Hills there, their model involves, I forget the exact terminology, but after the stray hold, right, then they take, they accept the animals, right? So if I look at that model, and then I have a motion that says we're going to completely exclude Orange County Animal Care, that model doesn't work, right? Because their model
Yes, if you
involves,
want-
do you understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's like
well-
we've already excluded some just in the motion itself.
All right, then I think I'd be prepared. You're right, I can't imagine we would, and I believe we had initial discussions with Orange County if they do animal care, and we would just do the other. But, yeah, I think that's fair. I think we could put them back in the hopper because if it, and see what happens. Why should we exclude it?
Yeah, because I think
I
that
think it's
particular
good
group,
comment.
and I don't want to single anyone out, I'm just using
No,
specific
but I
examples,
think you're
because
right.
the last thing that I want to do is sole source on something like this. I think that the optics are really bad, and frankly, I hope no one would ever use it, because I don't think there's anything nefarious in your part, obviously, but you're clearly very passionate about it. So if we were to sole source, someone could think that maybe it's a friend of yours or an organization that you really like, because this is a very passionate issue for you, and that's the last thing that I would
Competitive
see.
bidding, I wouldn't want to sole source.
Absolutely.
Which is a second reason why, you say, does the LFAN exist and where is it? That was a second reason not to do it, because that would be too close with me. So my idea is to, give it back to the staff, have them develop it, put out an RFP, and see who pops to the surface.
So I understand what you're saying, but you just said that's one of the reasons why, like, LFAN wouldn't work, and yet the presentation was all about why LFAN would work. So you understand my confusion? Like, I'm trying to understand what this is all.
No, LFAN as something, as a nonprofit that I formed and came in here with you and said, I want you to approve the nonprofit I set up. That's what I'm saying would have been improper. So this way, we develop an RFP, we put it out to bid, and maybe the Chino Hills people bid on it or not. Maybe April's group bids on it or not. Maybe Gina's group bids on it or not. Hopefully, they all bid on it, and we can see, okay, that works. That being said, I'm in pretty good agreement with the staff, although, if the lawyer and the city manager came back and said, it's not true, but at the moment, I'm in pretty good agreement with the staff that the animal control and licensing probably has to stay with the city. So we're talking about the animal care, the programs, the adoption center, all of the animal care material being under the nonprofit, and the animal control being under the city, which is, as many cities are set up like this. That's not a unique model.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but, again, as you know, my comments have been that I don't want to see city employees involved in this. I'm worried about pension impacts and the growth of city staff.
Pension impacts.
It's always been a concern, and in the model that's in the staff report, okay, there's no real city staff part in it, right? In your presentation, there's 4 employees that are mentioned, which are 2 field service.
I think there's 6.
Okay.
Oh, did I? Okay, version 28.
Well, in version 14, which is the one that I look at, because you have to be fair, I haven't had what you
No, I
have. If you sent it
understand.
to me yesterday, I would have only had it for a few hours, right? You've had it for weeks, or it's been morphing over the last few weeks. And so, the challenge for me is what I'm looking at is there's 4 employees that purely work for a nonprofit, and now it sounds like the model's changing significantly because there has to be city staff. If I look at this and I was trying to figure out how it would actually work, I was looking at a minimum of 5 city staff members. That's just from my perspective, because I felt like, based on some comments in the staff report, field service would have to come toward the city, like you've just said. You're talking with staff, it needs to come toward the city. Trying to figure out, who's going to do any of the billing or anything like that. I don't think it's the retail staff.
City.
there, right? So that has to be the city. And then there's more compliance issues and documentation, and so, you know, I come to 5. I'm not, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4, maybe it's 7, who knows?
Well, Mission, you know, the latest model, which again, I apologize that you don't have, the latest model version was probably finished yesterday. Based on Mission Viejo, right, I'm using most of the statistics and most of the modeling and most of the economics are based on Mission Viejo. For example, animal control. Mission Viejo has 1 animal control officer for every 10 miles. That's their model. And that's the model I adopted. We, in fact, have 1 for every 8 miles or something. We have a better model than that. They have 1 licensing person. As a matter of fact, and again, how fluid this is, Tuesday night, Mission Viejo met to decide if they wanted to take on RSM in Laguna Hills, and there's a whole budget in that. And interestingly enough, if you add RSM and Laguna Hills together, that's about equal to Lake Forest in terms of population. So I use their budgets and their models, you know, how many people, to add on Rancho and Laguna Hills to Mission Viejo, how many people did they need? And that comes out very similar to our model. So we're looking at 3 city staff. Now, you're worried about the pension liabilities of 3 city staff. In the first place, we just wrote off all our pension liabilities, so we have
Sure,
nothing.
I just don't want to see it grow. So.
No, and I agree. On the other hand, the pension liabilities of Orange County, we inherit, and that becomes part of the fees. And that's wacko and completely gone. So you can't say, if pension liabilities, that should be up in my values thing. If pension liabilities are what concern you, you have to go with LFAN, because we're adding 3 staff here, and we're in reasonably good control of that. In Orange County, we're in no control of what happens to that. And they ultimately must pass those costs on to us in their unfunded pension liabilities. So,
Sure, any new employees are going to be under PEPRA, so their pension liability is going to be different, and then what we have here in town is different. But I'm not arguing that point. I'm just saying my concern is the growth of city staff. I've been very consistent about that, so it shouldn't be a surprise.
Would be 3 city staff. You know, it would grow.
And I see it as being higher, but, you know, again, so now that part starts filtering into the budget perspective, right? Because that wasn't accounted for. There was no accounting discussion in the proposal that you had. So when I look at the revenue and expense side, the whole billing and all that kind of stuff, it wasn't included in those 4 individuals, is what I'm saying.
No, that's all included. If you advance, I'll show you the latest budget, but it was in the old budget as well.
I'm going off of number 14, because that's where the revenue, that's what I have to look at, because that's what's in front of me. Okay, so I've got that, and I have some concerns because, you know, there was mention of, you know, we're going to use vets and pet stores and pet boarding services and retail, and it's just...
Well, we would use them, the primary model uses the adoption center. If for some reason the adoption center in the staff report, I believe, was an error when they did their capacity analysis, but if for some reason the capacity at the pet center was full and we had other animals in the system, we have 2 choices. First choice number 1 is to choke it off at the vet level. So if it's Dr. Fred and he's got somebody's ready to send us, we say, could you hold him 3 or 4 more days till we get a vacancy? And he says, sure, because you're paying me $23 a day, and I'm happy to do that. So he's happy, we're happy. If we didn't want to do that, we go to, if it so happens that the dog sitting in his vet suite who's ready to go is a St. Bernard, then we call Carol. I'm not sure if she's still here. Are you still here, Carol? She's not here. She's gone. From the Adopt-A-Saint, and then it goes bang right from him to the Adopt-A-Saint. So the model mostly works more than 80% of the time. We're within capacity. If we're ever out of capacity, we could choke it off at the inflow, or we could deter them around through that. But we wouldn't normally be using rescue groups, foster groups, pet stores. Well, I think we might use pet stores just for the point of view of adoption, but we wouldn't normally be using them for housing.
Okay, and we got back to the we, and I think it's a different we. So
we meaning-
would work with the vets. So is that
We meaning the
retail
nonprofit.
coordinator, or
No, the nonprofit, the pets. Elfan originally was everything. Elfan now gets the animal control, those 3 city staff people, comes out of it, and Elfan is the rest of it. So when I say we, I'm talking about Elfan.
Okay,
I should- it's not me, I'm not planning to resign and join the,
I understand.
But I might.
Well, and frankly, I mean, your initial model of running an organization, you'd have had to have either done that or probably ended up in
Well, and
really hot water, right?
To be completely honest with you, it's not outside my realm of thought.
Yeah. So, I'm just trying to figure out
No, they're
how
all
this
good
has
questions.
changed, and I'm struggling because it seems like everything that I've read since Thursday night, and again, I spent probably 3 hours on the phone with people yesterday. You've probably spent a lot more time, but I put a lot of time into researching this, and it seems like it's completely different. So I'm not really sure what I'm looking at right now.
It's not completely different. The capacity, the admissions, the number of animals, almost, if there are 52 slides in my presentation, there are probably 4 that have changed.
Okay.
So they're not, most of it has not changed. The budget has changed now because of the, Carla wants to use expensive trucks. I can find trucks for $45,000. Carlos wants to have a $65,000.
Well, but to be fair, right? You could
kidding.
try to. Just to be fair, because some comments have been made, you could try to run an animal shelter out of a house, which it sounds like maybe that's how Orange County started 60 years ago or whatever, when that building was constructed initially. Right, and so you could do it really cheap.
No.
I mean, I think they're trying to make sure that it's done right.
And I deferred to him almost always when we said, yeah, no, we got to do it right. We got to have the $65,000 truck. We got to pay the $87,000 salary. We got to have the exclusive licensing. Yes, he like a Mexican swap meet or whatever you call it. He kept upping me every time to do the right thing, and I believe that was the right thing to do. So
Okay.
this is not a fly-by-night cheap. This is a, for even the salaries that are in the model are Mission Viejo salaries, even though I know that nonprofit world works less expensively. But we nonetheless use the Mission Viejo salaries, even the Mission Viejo costs of equipment and supplies. We knew that. For example, April was telling me the other day, she's getting cages and kennels donated for free. But still, there's a cage budget, a kennel budget. I treated this as if it was operated out of a city budget, even though I knew lots of those expenses would be less.
Yes, and however we do this, there's always a city budget component, right? So there's a city budget component, actual line item out of the general fund,
Right.
and then there's the revenue that's generated from licensing and fines and whatever else, right? That's all Lake Forest city revenue, so to speak, that's going towards paying for this. And, in this model, we have to try to figure out how it might work. But basically, there's going to be a certain budget, and then there would be an RFP out there. And then people would have to try to figure out whether or not they could meet that budget. If they couldn't, based on the expectations that we have, then we've got a problem. And that's where I'm trying to get at is, what goes into that RFP? Typically, most of our RFPs have existed almost since day one, right, of the city. And a lot of time was spent at the beginning because we never had city waste services, right? Somebody had to develop that initial RFP so that we contract out. We've never had a city tree trimming personnel here. Create the RFP. So now the contract expires every 3, 5, 10 years, whatever it might be. And then that same RFP for the most part, the shell is used, right? Significant part, I shouldn't say shell, significant part. And maybe there's a few tweaks that have been made, state law, some changes that we have. We're trying to create this from the beginning, and right now I'm trying to figure out, with the expectations that we have and the budget that we have, can it be done? And again, when I was going through your version 14, I'm thinking there's just a lot of stuff missing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, and expenses that go along with it. Like I said, it had the 4 personnel. Now we're talking about 3 city plus, I'm assuming still the 4 personnel, or
No.
maybe not.
No, 6 people now.
Six people total. Okay, so that part, the salary component has grown by 50%, or at least the number of people. Maybe it's not the actual dollar amount. And I'm not sure that the numbers are accurate, because you're getting the information, and they're trying to take a look at it, but I'm not still 100% sure that that it's accurate at that point. I mean, I'm hearing from you, it's less than Mission Viejo. Well, the 3 city employees won't be less than Mission Viejo. It's probably
No, the new budget.
nonprofit side.
Can you go to the budget page, just in case when we're talking? All the figures, practically all the figures, come from Mission Viejo. Not all of them, but most of them come from Mission Viejo.
Okay,
So
and this
those
is
are
based on the Laguna Hills and Rancho Santa Margarita part?
Yeah, or original. Like they were paying $87,000, and then that figure shows up in the RSM Laguna Hills thing. So it's not, they didn't create the $87,000 position for RSM Laguna Hills, but it shows up there, or the $65,000 truck. So these were existing figures, which when they started to show Rancho and Laguna Hills what they'd have to pay, they laid that out, and then I just stole from that.
I understand, and as I'm looking at that, plus I could only look at the original proposal here that you gave from a month ago, but
Yeah, the figures are not, the figures are different anyway. In terms of, you're saying, well, we have to start from zero with an RFP. We don't, because there are other cities, these RFPs exist. And, we could get 3 or 4 of them. And I don't know, did you, Carlo, when you were working, did you actually get any of those RFPs? But, we could certainly get them, so we're not starting from scratch.
sure, and I would figure that the city did that at the beginning. I mean, they weren't just writing them. It's kind of
Yeah, I don't think anybody
I understand that.
Anybody did that at first.
I understand that.
Coronado, Newport, Costa Mesa, I don't know how many other cities have that. Probably, I know of 5 myself.
So,
I don't know how many there are.
as I've been looking at the staffing part, I have lots of questions that I think probably the staff had similar ones, but, you look at the people who are running, well, both field services as well as the retail coordinator and the assistant, I think were the titles that you used. Like, what do you do for vacations? What do you do for sick time? We're talking about operating a facility 7 days a week with 2 individuals. And if one of them gets sick, the other one can't work 14, 16-hour days. And
The facility's working with 3 people, not 2 people.
Okay, and the
with-
proposal
with dozens of volunteers.
So the volunteers would be running it the day that, or the week that somebody got sick or
No,
family
but-
medical leave act?
No, because you have 3 people. You have 3 people running the center.
Okay, again, not in the original. It's not in your proposal from a month ago, though, so see where all my stuff
No,
is.
and again, it was, the clock was ticking, and, at some point, we had to make a decision. Carlo had to make a decision. How would he do it? And he said, the only way I can do it is this way. And I said, yeah, that makes sense, because, et cetera. But those are issues, and I hope you're not going to ask me now who gets Wednesdays off, because, at that level of detail, there's a lot that needs to be worked out.
I understand, and that's not really the point that I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to explain is I'm not sure that the model is accurate right now. It's not the micromanaging of how that all works, okay? It's just,
Well, what other
are we accounting for enough people to provide the service so that if you go out for RFP and you've got a budget of X. Because we've gone out for RFP before on animal care services. It's been a number of years, but we have, okay?
Once before, I believe.
Okay. And when we did, and a lot of different reasons why it wouldn't work, right? But when you go out, the only response was Orange County Animal Care. That's it. There was nobody else, you know. And so I'm trying, like, if you're going to build something, you need to make it work. I don't want to put a budget out there where all the great people in the room who said, yeah, we'd love to do that, they look at it and they're like, I can't do it for that. It's not possible.
I believe many of the people out there in the room, Gina, did you see the budget? But you saw the budget, right?
Well,
I mean, people.
So, okay.
Several of the people out here have seen the budget, not everybody.
But do you hear what I'm hearing right now? Okay, like we can do it on a volunteer basis, so there's no money that's necessary, right? So that.
Well, you know, all of those things.
The motion is to not work with Orange County Animal Care, which would exclude. Which would exclude the Chino Hills group, okay? And then it's to move forward with a conceptual model that I'm not really clear on, and you're basing it off of something that apparently was sent to me last night. And I've based all of my comments on what I've had since Thursday night, which still wasn't a lot of time, but I've invested a ton of time trying to understand it all.
50, you're not entirely fair. 50 of those slides are still the basic concept is still the same.
Okay.
That some things have been moved. Instead of here, that was moved there. Well, that's not that's a good thing. The network, the figures, the statistics, it's 4 out of 52 slides that are changed. It's not fair to say you've got a completely different model now. You have an enhanced model.
I can appreciate that.
And this is not the model that goes to the RFP. This is a model that we take, but probably him, has a workshop, invites people in, they say, should we put it in a vet center, and what are the implications of that? Should we do, and then flushing this out better, they come up with, okay, we've decided we're going to use the single source vet, that's the best way that does it. We're going to decide, but we don't want to put it in Laguna Hills because we want to put it in Lake Forest, and we'll use this. And, those kinds of decisions get made at a workshop or over several workshops with Colin. They come back to us and they say, listen, the best advice we can get, and the people from Mission Viejo and Irvine contribute to that, and they come back and say, okay, here's the model. Now let's put the RFP out. And, so that at that point that we have an RFP, we'd have something exact. We believe the best model is a single vet. How about this? The best model is a single vet, and we won't have a retail center. Let me ask Dr. Fred. Could you be our shelter and our adoption center? Do you have enough room in your facility to be everything, and then we don't need anything else?
I have over 44 spaces, larger spaces, kennels, inside the cages.
And how about as an adoption center? Do you have enough room there for it to be the adoption center as well?
Adoption center, of course, we can do it, but somebody has to, on your side, to take care of this.
All right, but you have enough room to do it. All right, so, at some level, we could, not that I'm going to recommend it, or it's certainly not the model I was originally coming in with, but suddenly we got somebody who says, all right, we'll have a animal shelter just like Mission Viejo, half the other cities, and it'll be located at this place, or we can ask Dr. Wheaton and Dr. Byers, other people, but that's the model we're going to go with, because that's going to work out to be cheaper and easier, and that's what we want to go for. We want to go for cheaper, easier, and doable, but at least get us away from Orange County Shelter. So, Dr. Fred, you got it. I mean, so there's a model that might come out of the RFP that's workable, doable, and we don't need the Orange County Shelter for. I'm asking for, something far more innovative and state-of-the-art kind of stuff. Maybe we're not ready for that, but It sounds like we could, at the very least, come out of that with an RFP that simply assigned it to a veterinary practice and didn't have these other things.
Let me just cut to the chase, if I may. Dwight, I trust your business sense, you know that.
These are good questions.
Great questions. What does it take for you to feel comfortable with this?
Well, I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at right now.
Okay, what does it take to you to be able to...
Here's what I need. I need version 20. Okay. I need some time to review it, and I need to make sure that it's the last version that I'm going to look at. And that's the problem here, because like I'm guessing that while you've been talking, and I haven't looked at 20, so I don't know what it looks like, but I'm guessing 21 has been created while we've been sitting here. Right? And so
You'll have 21 before midnight.
That's my problem, though, is I don't know what I'm looking at right now. I don't know what I'm deciding on.
Well, but don't get off the track. What we'll decide on, if this looks like it's you didn't know how many soccer fields we were going to put in the sports park. We don't know how many rooms or how we're going to staff the senior center yet, and yet we did it. If this looks like it meets our values, if it looks like it's doable, let's take the next step and answer those things, because the RFP that he produces will be exactly what we want. So, this is...
Okay, but to be fair, what is happening... So what's happened over the last 4 weeks is that 2 additional positions, and there's a budgetary impact with that, have been created, right?
Yes.
And I'm not sure that there only needs to be 2. A lot of my questions in going through this were, I think that it's severely understaffed, right? I think there is economies of scale. If you look at probably what Mission Viejo and Aliso Viejo, Mission Viejo and RSM are considering, and what Mission Viejo is proposing, there's going to be some economies of scale. And I say that because here. Let me say. I say that because if we have to have 3 field service people because we're worried about vacations, sick time, family leave act, somebody quitting, all those sorts of things. So we need to have that, right? As you expand, if you added a 4th person, you might not need that 4th person. You say, we'll still stick with 3, because if somebody leaves, we've still got 2 to cover, right? If somebody leaves and we only have 1 to cover, then we've got a problem. And I'm guessing we can't have volunteers out there doing field services, right? So that's more on the retail adoption side. So I'm concerned that there's not enough budget here.
Bear in mind, this is based on 2014. And by the time we're actually operating, it's late 2017. So if the current trends keep up, we will be processing between 25 and 30% fewer animals in the system. And the needs right now the need is for field services, there's 1 or 2 animals a day. I mean, that's what it is. And 30% of the time, you pick up no animals at all. That's today, and we should expect, if those trends, and they've all been going, in a direction, I'm not saying they didn't pop, but et cetera. So we can expect really a lower budget to accommodate it. But even if it didn't, suppose we added, and I understand, Carlos and I had this argument, and not that it matters, but, you could, if you want it to be, if the population stayed the same, which it probably won't, but if it did, you probably, and Carla's always saying, let's be safe, let's not anything go wrong, and I agree with him 100% on that. If you wanted to do that, add another field service, put another $87,000 up there. Okay, I don't think it's necessary, he thinks it's necessary, and now that you and he think it's necessary, great. Add another $87,000 up there, and we're now losing $100,000 a year.
Okay, but up there, I mean, is there any compliance? Is there any accounting? Who fills those roles in those spots?
The licensing person is doing the licensing, and in my proposal, the first one in 20, and for many times, I also want to use stars. And I've talked to some of the stars people who are tickled pink about the idea of, they're like us. Many of them love animals. They would love to spend their day working on animals. So I plan to supplement it with stars people, but that's the, the licensing full, and again, that's Mission Viejo. Mission Viejo, when they added Rancho and Laguna Hills, proposed to add that. So that's all. If you want it to be safer and add some more, sure. I think to be totally safe, having add 87,000 in there, and that's probably a good thing. I'd probably argue make the licensing person a field officer too, so you had 3 of them, and when they're sitting around doing nothing, they can do the licensing. So instead of adding 87,000 to the budget, you're only adding $27,000 to the budget. Why? Because we don't have that much demand for field services. We're only got 1 or 2 animals a day we're picking up. We only have, and 1 or 2 animals a day we pick up, less than 1 animal a day that's dead and gets picked up, and then 4 or 5 investigations, maybe 6.25 if investigations. 3 people, that's a bit of an overkill. So, if you didn't want to manage the 87, we could just increase it by 27. But add 87 to that, and we're still paying less than we pay the county.
Okay, I'm just...
But and these would be things, we're not going to work that out tonight.
No, but
he's going to work that out.
I understand, but when you put together the RFP, you have to have a budget.
Yeah, he'll have that budget.
And if there isn't enough budget, then what we've seen before, for various reasons, it might have been specific requirements in the RFP, or it might have been the budget. Nobody responded.
How many people here think they're going to respond?
Okay,
Well, we get some people. But
and if the budget was $100,000 to do all the things, how many would respond?
Okay, fewer.
Okay, well,
But it won't.
Okay,
But
well,
I
let's
think
do it for $100,000. If we've got people that'll do it.
it's a different world
raise their
now.
hand there.
I think we will have more, but I'm not committing the city, and I don't want to commit the city to these figures. That has to come out from the budget. But you're not going to add $50,000 worth of consulting services. That's a crazy number. So there's lots of figures in that report that are just plain crazy. We're not going to have a $12,000 washer dryer. So there are discrepancies between what's in that report and what I'm proposing. But somewhere in the middle, they will come up with a program, come back to us, and they may come back and say, it's not going to work.
Okay, but in the proposal, there was 0 IT.
No, IT is in the miscellaneous.
So how much is a software program?
$1,000.
A software program is $1,000.
$1,000. And if we partnered with April, we get the software program for free. If we partnered with Chino Hills, we'd probably get the software program for free. But if we had to buy it ourselves, it's $1,000. And that's in the budget.
Great software developers, because mine was over $100,000 for my business.
Well, I know, but economies of scale, there's lots of...
If I could quickly interject, 2 things. Number 1, it's 10:30, so by state law, I move to continue the meeting.
I'll second it.
Sure, and that's a municipal code we have, not state law.
I apologize, that was municipal code requirement, correct.
It's a city code.
It is a city code, it is not the state code.
Do we need to vote? All right, let's vote. We had a motion.
So this is not the RFP. We're not going out with this. This is work by several dozen people and myself for the past 4 months, and Carlo for the past 4 weeks, because a lot of his ideas are in here. And so this is a conceptual model that says it's doable. Now let's go ahead and take the next step and develop an RFP.
I think we are putting too much emphasis on dollars. There is a great value that is derived here because of the humane treatment of animals, and that I cannot personally put a dollar cost to that. So let's not just focus on dollars in absolute terms. Those are all relative. Thank you. I personally, I don't think there is any one of us five who is both personally and professionally more conservative financially than I am. And I can tell you that I don't mind paying more than what I have paid the county, but get a superior service. So the fact that, now that aside, which is a very, very important factor, the human element, and one in good conscience cannot really put a dollar amount on that. Now that aside, we are talking about things that, it's like, I don't know if this is a good example, but if you get on the Interstate 10 in Santa Monica and you keep driving on the Interstate 10, you end up in New York City, I think, or somewhere back east, facing the Atlantic Ocean. Now, we're in Santa Monica, we have a good map, we have a good car, we have good drivers, good mechanics, everything is good. We are worried about a sharp turn as I enter some mountainous area somewhere in the Midwest. You know, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it when I am not saying don't look, I'm not saying just look where you're going. And I'm not saying don't look farther down the road. But there's only so much you can do looking farther down the road, as if, you know, I left my home country at 16 years of age. I took, give or take, a couple of 100,000. I took 2 million steps. It was 623 kilometers from the northern part of Iran, where I was born in Tehran, to Afghanistan, and then coming south to Pakistan, to the Persian Gulf. I can tell you that I had a good map, I had good connections, but there was no way that I could have predicted that I was going to get stuck in a sandstorm. I dealt with it because I was prepared for it. 5 months later, I got stuck in a snowstorm in Afghanistan, in the mountains. I dealt with it. It took me 5 weeks of being in a cave, but I had prepared. I was ready for it. All I'm saying is, it's a good plan. Let's not worry about too many details, because that's gonna take the focus away from the good that we're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good thank you, because we get a little too absorbed. It's not that you know, I'm not concerned with finances, but suppose we pay, well, bear in mind, whatever we're paying Orange County right now, we're going to pay more, because they've agreed with the Orange County, with the grand juries, to improve their terrible staffing, improve their terrible training, et cetera, et cetera. All of that's going to cost money. So whatever we're paying Orange County now, we're going to be paying more. Maybe maybe $400,000 instead of the $200,000 we pay. And so if you added, you know, take another 100,000. Well, I have. Can you do that? I have actually a worst case scenario where I took out the cat license and I added to the vet payment and I gave some more money to I do have a budget that's more, would make Carl more happy than me. And we're down $250,000. Okay? And maybe if we add another person, we're down $300,000. So we're now spending $100,000 more than we pay with the county. Christ, $100,000 more. And all of that stays in the city? And we get excellent care? And our people don't have to drive to Orange? Wouldn't you pay $100,000 extra to do that? On a $42 million budget, would we spend another $100,000 to get extra, fine care, fine service, and keep $700,000 here in the city, and increase our retail space, and help our vets, and help our people? I would spend $100,000. Would I spend $200,000 more? Yes. Would I spend $1 million more? No. Would I spend 300,000 more? Sure. 400, okay, there's a point at which I begin to worry too. But and again, thank you. I'm prepared to spend another 100,000 more than we spend with the county to stop killing animals and make us drive to Orange and leave animals on the street for 2 weeks dead before we get it. I spend $200,000 extra out of $42 million for that. It's, I don't, the differences will not be so great even when Carlo keeps boosting it up, even when you add the 87,000. So now we're over 300,000. It's 100,000 more than we're paying.
Let me just...
Hold on. I can appreciate what you're talking about there because you're very passionate about this issue. I don't have the same level of passion, but it doesn't mean that I don't care. Like as I've mentioned before, we're on our third rescue dog. Okay, I think that it's really important that we take care of animals. I've always had pets my entire life, from day one. So, and usually we had at least a couple of dogs. I know that it's something that we need to focus on, and we do as a city. You're going to be willing to spend more than other people are. When we look at, because we're representing the entire community. And if I just took a poll of this room, okay, it'd be very clear that your opinion is probably the vast majority, if not close to unanimous, okay? But when we survey the entire community and we ask the question, it's not the same. We do surveys.
Please don't interrupt.
And so I'll go to the staff and just ask, how has animal care services shown up in the city surveys that we've done every 2 years for the last 14, 16?
You don't have to ask the staff.
Well, because I don't know the numbers.
I know the numbers.
Okay.
And this has been a point of contention with me and the staff. The staff, for some unknown reason, doesn't ask the question that you want to ask. Instead, they put it on the police services as if it's animal control. The impression people then are giving, yes, I'm very satisfied with animal control because there aren't a lot of rabid dogs running around the city. By putting animal control services under police services, they distort the meaning that you're trying to get at now. How many people are happy with the Orange County shelter? For years I've been asking that the survey be changed so that we get that information. We don't have that information. All we know is that if you pretend animal care is only animal control and you put it on the police services, people are very satisfied with that. There are no rabid dogs running around Lake Forest. But that's not what people are dissatisfied with. If you said, are you upset that 40% of the animals are going to be killed, you'd get a different question. If you said, are you upset you have to drive an hour to Orange, you get a different answer. If you said you're upset because the animals are going to be dead on the street for 2 weeks, those are all different answers than under police services, are you happy with animal control? Yes, we're happy with animal control. You don't have to answer.
Sure, but when you ask that question, people are looking at their experience with animal control. Okay, and the vast majority of residents would say, like over 90%. What's the number?
Of those that expressed an opinion, 92.3 were satisfied with the service.
Okay, so 92.3, and that's not to say that there aren't every single person in this room would feel, hey, that's different. But the vast majority of residents would say, you're going to spend $300,000 and I'm satisfied. And of course, they didn't get asked all those questions that you're suggesting there, right? But when they are asked about animal control, they're just like, hey, it's not a high priority for me. There's other things that I want to spend dollars on. We're not saying spend zero. We already spend over $500,000, right? And so when we say we want to spend $300,000 more, how do those 92.3 feel? The 7.7, they might say 300,000 is not enough, spend more, right? But the 92.3 are saying, so I'm not saying that we shouldn't do anything. I'm just saying I got to represent the entire community here, not just the people who are in the room. If it was just you, it would be very clear, okay? But it's everybody in the community.
But we make these... Go ahead.
What happens is that people who are really upset usually show up and tell us. And people who are content or very happy with how things are going usually don't show up because they don't have an issue.
Or maybe a lot of people have lost faith in us. They have lost hope that their voice means anything.
So when they get surveyed and they're given an opportunity to provide...
Right, you and I are both smart enough to know an answer to a question depends on how the question is framed. I've told you before, these surveys we do is a waste of money because the questions are so slanted that we get the answer we want to get, and then we pride ourselves on that. That's
we make, going back to Dwight's point, we make these decisions all the time. We're about to spend, what, $4 million, $5 million on a civic center and a senior center. Did the seniors vote for a senior center? No, but they voted for us. We're up here. We make those decisions for the people. We make those all the time. When we decided to trim the trees every week for a whole year, or no, whatever it was, every 3 years instead of 5 years, and it cost us an extra $200,000 to do that. We didn't do a tree trimming survey. They voted for us, and we made that decision. We said, we'd rather have them trimmed every 3 years instead of 5 years. When we asked whether or not the streets should be swept half the year, every other week, and the other half of the year, and that would save $200,000. We didn't get a survey. We didn't fill the room up with people. We're empowered, that's what they voted for us for, to make those decisions. And sometimes those decisions cost hundreds of thousands. It was $200,000 extra because we decided not to sweep the streets every other week. And we made that, bang, like that. That was a $200,000 extra decision that we made with nobody in the room, and because we're empowered to do that. And now you're worried about making a $200,000 decision because you don't have the data, because the people haven't got. This is our job. That's what we do as city council, is we make those decisions. Ultimately, if they don't like those decisions, they'll vote us out because they'll say, my streets are dirty, you're not sweeping them right. My trees are falling down, I'm unhappy, you're killing my animals, I want you out. It's their decision to do that, but we're empowered to make those decisions.
Well, I'm not prepared to make this decision tonight because, again, I had version 14, and now you're on version 20, and I haven't had enough time to take a look at it. So I'm not prepared, so I guess I'll just abstain.
I actually have, it's the first time that I've seen people, I think Lisa Price and Lynette Brown and April. I actually want to hear more about your guys' programs, and the first I've heard about this, because the fact is that I tell you, I can't even go to the Orange County Animal Shelter because it breaks my heart to go rolling down there and seeing those dogs and the cats that don't even get any attention, and they bake in the sun because the big kennel for the cats is got direct sunlight in almost all day. So I have been there, and it breaks my heart. And so, you guys are all here very passionate about making a difference and kindness. You guys are here about that because you guys love animals, and I think that all of us love animals. I think that I'm sorry, Lisa, when you were talking, I didn't catch the name of your program. Priceless Pet. And you're already operating in the city of Claremont? In Chino Hills. See, you guys have got programs that I think that we need to have them on the table. So I come back to the staff. I think that because of the concern that we have here, and I think the relevance and the fact is, Councilman Gardner has brought forth a very intriguing plan, and to make it work, I think that there's enough passion in this room to where something can be worked out. What's going on with the county, and do we have to? We don't have to pay the county. I mean, because I don't want them to get 1 red cent of money from us until we vet all this.
Hey, Mayor, members of the City Council, I'll give you a brief update on what's going on with the county. So in terms of the schedule for the county shelter moving forward, our latest update from the county is that they believe they will be taking the lease agreement for the property with the South County College District and the design build award to actually design and build the shelter at their April 12th meeting. If it doesn't make the April 12th meeting, it would go to the second meeting in April. What we've been told is in order to make their groundbreaking date or start of construction date of June, it would have to go to the board in April. And so they're confident it will be April. They're pretty confident it'll be the first meeting in April.
What's the
April
second
12th.
meeting?
The second meeting would be 2 weeks later. I believe it's the 26th. Now, with the county's new bi-monthly meeting schedule, they are publishing their agenda items 2 weeks in advance. So we would know in the last meeting of March if they are going to make that April deadline. Now, in terms of the cities and the city commitment to the shelter, originally we were told that it was an April 1st deadline for the cities to commit, and that was based on the original date of when they thought they were taking their design bid build award. So now that date has changed with the change of the meeting schedule for the board. So they've indicated that the cities would need to move forward and indicate whether they're going to participate in the month of April. Now, at this point in time, there is not a finalized agreement for the cities to take a look at. There are deal points that have been negotiated between a subcommittee of the FOAB and the county staff. And so those deal points have been put into draft agreements, and those agreements now are currently being analyzed by the city attorneys of the 3 cities that were in that subcommittee. And those cities are Anaheim, Garden Grove, and Laguna Hills. And so my latest update was that those agreements have not been returned back to the county for them to be finalized. So the estimate that I received was that we believe that the contracts will be given to the member agencies in their final form sometime in the end of March. So depending upon when we as staff receive those contracts, and if the city continues with their current direction, which was to bring those back to you, we would put those on the city council agenda based on when we did receive those.
Now, there's some moving parts here because the city of Mission Viejo's authorized a bid or allowed a bid to come in from Laguna Hills or putting out a bid to Laguna Hills and Santa Margarita. What's the status on those 2 cities?
Okay, well, I talked to a member of the staff from Laguna Hills yesterday, and he indicated to me that Laguna Hills will be discussing the proposal from Mission Viejo at their next meeting, which is March 22nd. And in terms of Rancho Santa Margarita, I was also told by the city of Laguna Hills that that would be scheduled for the 23rd. I have not spoken to Rancho, so I can't tell you that that's a confirmed date at this point.
1 second. I think this is the animal cracker lady that's leaving. I want to thank you for coming tonight. And thanks for all you're doing. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mayor and Council, April Josephson is familiar with what Rancho is doing. She's indicating it is going on their council agenda on March 23rd.
And so, is there any way that we can receive and file? I mean, can I make a motion? Can we bring this back in April to where we have the opportunity to have vetted and met with some of these other organizations?
That would be based on the council's direction.
Yeah, that's a...
I think
No,
I don't know why
that's
we
what-
never got introduced to these organizations before. I mean, they've already got operating in 2 cities right there, and April's got a vet in our own city that's willing to help out. I think that there's you open a whole new front for us, and so
Yes, and in fact, that's not unlike, or maybe that's identical to what I'm asking. I'm asking that, the staff schedule a workshop or, study session, whatever we want to call it, bring in these experts, and, there are people available in Irvine and Mission Viejo and the people who've been here tonight, flesh this thing out and come back to us and say, okay, listen, having done all this, this is our best advice. But no $12,000 dryers, no $50,000 consultants.
Councilman Robinson.
Like I said, I haven't had a chance to look at what more is here. I'm not really sure about budgets. This is all getting thrown at me at once. I haven't had a chance really to process it, so I think I'm going to abstain. But the comment, the washer dryer thing, I have no idea. I don't understand that part. I know. The consultant part, one of the things that is really important for me, and I hope that if there's a workshop or it's just conversations with them, I really want to understand the liability aspect, okay? Because that could be very significant for us. And I understand, but the way it works right now, we're indemnified, and I'm not really sure how it works with some of the nonprofits. That was a big concern for me. It was in the staff report.
In fact, we can get the models from Newport and Costa Mesa,
Sure.
and Coronado, and all the cities that do this now, and find out, what the liability is, what the cost is, and how, what the incidence is.
Yeah, because again, when I was looking at this initial model that we had from your version 14, it was LFAN, which I was just assuming it wasn't going to be you, but I'm assuming that it was some governance structure in Lake Forest, right? No experience running any of this kind of stuff. They're starting everything from scratch. I understand, but so I just had, I literally have like 6 pages of questions here, and I didn't get through probably a tenth of them. And because it's very complex, and moving from one model to another, it would be like, this is an exaggeration, but I'm going to use the example anyway. It'd be kind of like moving from the sheriff's department to security officers, right? It's a changing model. Right. They could be really highly qualified security officers, but completely different, right? And so, as it morphs, like, I need time to process it, because it's a really important issue, clearly, to people in town. And then we also have the health and safety aspect that we need to take care of. And so I don't want to make a decision that could be very detrimental and put us in a position where we don't have other options.
No, but at this point, we're not making that decision. We're just authorizing the staff to go ahead tomorrow and set up the workshop, or, as soon as possible, set something up, meet with these people and the other people we can bring in, do your best, and then come back to it. Having considered all these things, from we could just have a shelter and that's it and forget all the rest of this stuff, to we could do something more, and how much more and at what costs. And having a shelter, at that model, as much as I'm not advocating it, that's almost a no-brainer in terms of costs and everything else. But yeah, let's ask the staff to come back, work out all those numbers, and give us exact, so that at the next meeting, having looked at that, we can say, yeah, we like that. Now go get us somebody to do this, whatever it is. Could be as simple as, let's give it to Dr. Fred. It could be as complicated as, let's have Dr. Fred and April and the Cheeto Hills people work with those people, and they'll do this and that and that and that. So I don't know what will come out. Whatever will come out will be whatever comes out.
I'm just afraid that if we continue along this kind of always fluid situation, that we're going to run into the same type of thing that happened. That, and I understand from staff's I don't think they've said anything like this, but I can imagine being in their perspective where, okay, we need to evaluate option A, right? And as it meanders down the road and things, it's like, well, that's, now we're trying to. I really don't think we should spend any more staff time until we've got the option nailed.
Yeah, that's not. First of all, let me say, I worked for many years as a consultant to multi-billion-dollar companies, and I worked with teams of people, sometimes 12, 15 people. And in that world, this is how you do it. There are versions and versions and versions, 20 versions of something shared amongst a team of people would not be at all unusual, but I understand it's a funny model to bring into a city.
But the reason why I say that is because, in essence, they did, how many hours would you guess of work? Probably at least hundreds, right?
Yes.
So, they spent all this time, they looked at it, and we really haven't even discussed it all tonight because it changed again. So
Well,
to me,
yeah,
it's like-
five slides out of 50 slides changed. The model hasn't changed at all.
But you were introducing new concepts tonight, even utilizing stars. That's the first time I've
No,
heard of that.
Stars has been there all along.
I don't remember that one.
If
Licensing is also in the field services. You even mentioned it's moving hitting a moving target. How fluid is this? Some of the quotes that you said. I just, I even have more questions on the wild animals. It's 40% of the animals are wild.
Yeah, but only in 2014, only 20 of them survived. I mean, they come in dead and dying. So although it looks like that's a big number in terms of having to do something with them after the vet, you only had about 20 animals that came out of there that you had to do something.
There were differences in the startup costs. There's the licensing revenue. I think you mentioned tonight you're going to take the cats out, but then
In the worst-case scenario.
I really don't. I feel like I don't know what I'm looking at. What am I looking at? And I think that's what you're.
Well, and that's why we would turn it back to the staff to come back to us and take version 20 and take the staff concerns and take all the information out here plus more and come back to us with something that we can all say, yeah, that's what it is.
Jim, if you would
Well,
allow me.
I just think that it sounds like, again, you're very passionate on this. I share an element of your passion. I have a rescue dog myself. Our family does. I almost think it's just, my gut feel is that I think, and this is not meant to be harsh in any way, but I think that you have more of the contacts, and I think you getting it to that one spot and getting it finalized and then saying, okay, here we go. That's just,
Well, but
that's
don't,
how I feel.
Don't, version 20, although I could do version 21 before midnight, I'm happy with version 20. Version 20 is the model. We can take that model and, have Carlo work on it with the staff. But version 20 is not what's going to come back to us. They will, after working on all these things, come back to us with something. But I'm happy to say, take version 20 and go with it.
I'm just trying to learn from our experience. We had them look at something, and what did we get out of it?
You got a lot. You got version 20 came from a lot of time that Carlo and I spent talking and hashing about these things. You got a lot from that. And he raised in the staff report, there's a lot of important issues raised in there. There's errors in there and things I disagree with. I'm not going to say I'm happy with that report, but that report was very valuable in the time that we spent together and with Deborah and with your assistant. All of that helped to create 20, which is a vast improvement on version 14. It's an expanded, enhanced version. I'm happy to never do another version. If you want to say you're stuck with 20, now you go take it and work with these people that you've never heard of before and come back and do something, I'm happy with that.
I think that with the staff report and I think that the old version, staff didn't really think it was viable. But I think that there are cities that are doing. Can I invite Lisa Price up and just let us get a synopsis of what goes? Sure. Yeah. Please. You're doing it in another city. Do the city have the animal control officers?
Well, currently we do a bifurcated kind of a situation with Inland Valley Humane Society. So Inland Valley Humane Society does provide the animal control services, and then we take the animals.
Who does?
The Inland Valley Humane Society. But
Are you saying Humane Society?
Yes, Inland Valley.
Okay.
Yeah, Inland Valley Humane Society in Pomona.
Got it.
Yeah, they happen to contract with the two cities that we actually support. So they actually do the animal control component of it. We do the animal adoption and sheltering service after the stray hold is up. However, we do have a nonprofit that would allow us, if the city so wanted to go this direction, we could hire humane officers, and I am a certified humane officer myself. So that's also an option.
And who does the licensing?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Currently, the Invite Humane Society does the licensing as well because they kick those fees.
Okay, so I was calling around today, and I talked to some friends, a city council person from Costa Mesa, and they have their own animal control officers that actually have a not-for-profit do the adoptions and the handling of the animals. But then Newport Beach actually just went away from I think the Humane Society in Huntington Beach, and have brought it in-house into Newport Beach with a kennel service. But they have their own Humane Society or animal control officers that actually participate. I think he said they have 3. But then they have the backing of, because it's a branch of the law enforcement, they have the backing of the Newport Police Department.
Currently, when we collaborated with Upland Animal Services, they did the same thing. Upland did not want to have the cost that the shelter was costing them, which was over $1 million in their budget. We assisted them. We did various workshops. We served as liaisons for that. And the Friends of the Upland Animal Shelter actually is a nonprofit that supports the shelter. So what happened is that they chose to push it back up underneath the police department, and then the nonprofit handles the other side of things. It's just far more cost effective that way. The police department, even though there are still the pensions and things like that, everything was under the city to begin with, so it's a little bit different here in this particular situation. But they were able to reduce the number of animal control officers based on PD, and then they also handle their own licensing.
You're operating in Upland right now, correct?
No, we're not operating in Upland.
Which
We are not.
city
We
were
are,
you?
we are in Chino Hills.
In Chino Hills. What's the
Mhm.
population of Chino Hills?
We have a 78,000, population.
Just right about where we are.
Right. And demographics is pretty much so the same, medium income, all those things are pretty much so the same. We handle about the same amount of animals coming out of Chino Hills. And furthermore, if we only operated with Chino Hills animals, we would not be able to sustain, because we wouldn't have any animals to adopt out. So that's why we actually, because our city has actually, adopted this type of a model, we have provided the necessary programs. Microchipping programs we have, and now our city has mandatory microchipping.
Spay and neutering?
Spay and neutering. We don't have mandatory spay and neutering, but we also our organization provides low-cost spay and neutering, and we partner with the city with almost every one of those events. And Lynette and I both serve on their Animal Ad Hoc Committee, and we follow up and get all the reporting from the Illinois Humane Society in terms of how many animals that they're killing, and we were able to reduce that down all the way to 100% recently. So basically, we just support one another. As
How long have you been in operations?
Our organization, it was formed in 2007.
2000, and you've been operating in Chino Hills since?
2007.
Since 2007?
Yeah.
Thank you. So obviously you drove from the Inland Empire to come
We
here.
did. Basically, we're just here to, this is a progressive thing. We are animal advocates. So, regardless if you want our help or not, we just wanted to support you guys because it's amazing what you do. It took us 3 years to get our council on board. We had to form an ad hoc committee, so it was not an easy feat. So the fact that you guys are even bringing this and, entertaining any idea to come away from your standard high kill shelter is just absolutely
What is your
amazing.
adoption rate?
We do about 150 adoptions.
And obviously, coming from Chino, you take more than cats and dogs.
Yeah, but we have very, very few. We have coyotes, so coyotes pretty much will take care of all that. So it's sad to say, but truthfully, we don't have a huge, we back up to the state park, so we do have the same types of issues. And in Claremont, we back up to Foothills, so we still have those type of wildlife issues as well. But
We've had fires in the past where horses had to be evacuated, and you have the capability or the operational plans for evacuation of large
yes, we
light
do.
stuff?
As a matter of fact, we
Goats, cows.
Correct. Yeah, we do. And our facility is only 2,000 square feet, but we do have in our own city we have the capacity to hold probably up to 50 horses, maybe even more than that, or large animals, I should say.
You see, your kind of institutional knowledge and your success already there gives me great hope here. And guys, we're all looking for a way to lessen the impact of animal deaths out there, whether it be in car accident, by cars, or by euthanasia. If loving adoption is the loving option, and I think that we all have to work towards that. So we'll get back to you. We have your information, correct?
Yeah, I did put it on the card, and yeah, we're just basically here to let you know that there are other options, and it can be achieved. So all of the devils in the details, those all can be worked out, and the main concern is making sure those animals stay alive.
You're awesome. Thank you
Thank
so much.
you very much.
Now, Mayor, if you give me one more. April, please come up. So you're someone that's working already with your own operations in Laguna Hills.
That's correct.
And are you working with any of the cities locally, or just with rescues?
Right. Well, right now we are an adoption partner with OC Animal Care, so most of the animals that we've gotten have come from the Orange County shelter. We don't have a program that we're working with cities yet because, as I said, this was a startup in the last year and a half. I do have some information because of my position on the Community Outreach Committee, and as Supervisor Bartlett's representative, I can answer some of the questions maybe relevant to how they're operating and how we're different in Orange County as far as the police services, like you were asking about Newport and Costa Mesa. And obviously, when you're with the OC sheriffs versus having your own police department, animal control is a little different issue. So those
Just
are
a little more personnel problem for our side, because
it would be a little different, right? But Mission Viejo's managed to do that because they also contract, right, with the sheriff's department. So they have set up their own animals. So I think with their animal control, that could be an example, or that could be a place for us to get data from, as to, just as Jim had said, he pulled some of the data from the reports. Because all of the other cities, and from the model that they're talking about, she's using Inland Valley Humane Society, which is, again, a shelter, and they've got their, if they've got police services, they're able to do it differently. We have to look at the animal control function. I think everything else, the vetting and the adoption piece, operates just like hers does. And I also, OC Animal Care puts the licensing under animal control, and they send animal control officers to local events to do licensing. So all of those pieces.
in Orange County?
In Orange County, that's, yeah. So that, yeah, licensing is part of it under the animal control of the, the different, basically, business term cost centers, right? If you've got, because you've got kennel staff, you've got vet staff, you've got the community outreach team, you've got customer service, you've got animal control at OC. And so at OC, the licensing comes under animal control.
And the concept that they have, or the operation they have at Mission Viejo, how many animal control officers do they have in Mission Viejo? Do you know?
They have one for every 10 miles. In fact, they figure it out.
So they have 5?
One for every 10 square miles. Yeah, when I asked them, because I was originally, when we were trying to get the protections, doing it on population basis, and they said, no, they do it based on square mileage and 1 per square mile. And it's not so different with the population, but that's what they found, and that's in fact the model. That's why we have 2 animal control officers, because we are one. We have like 1 for every. What do we have? 16 square miles, 18 square miles, 17 square. So we're 1 for every 8.5. We have more animal control coverage than Mission Viejo.
And then, assuming you were bringing the license, but you also had separate licensing person in your proposal?
Yeah, there's a separate license, just as Mission Viejo. This is on,
right.
Don't tell Mission Viejo or Sharon, but this is kind of stolen, almost all of it, from them, and a little bit stolen from you. So otherwise,
I don't want to rehash it. But
thank you.
Mission Viejo is like half a square mile bigger than we are. So again, it's economies of scale issue, because if they only had 1 for every 10, then they'd have like 1.75.
Well, but Mission Viejo, you have to understand, serves Laguna Niguel and Alicia Viejo
I get that.
right now.
That's why I'm saying economies of scale. Right?
yeah,
so that the more you add to it, then the more officers you can bring, because you couldn't have 1.75 with vacation, sick time, all that. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah, and if you wanted to get, Carlo and I have talked, for example, about, and again, this is more detail than you ever want to know, but we've talked about one of the options, instead of having a third animal control officer, would be to set up with Mission Viejo an in-kind agreement. You know, if something happened late at night and we didn't have the people, would they cover it and would we cover? That's an option. If they didn't go with that option, then the third animal control person, I don't think it's necessary, but I think it's enhanced, it's nice to have. And for that $87,000 extra on a $42 million budget, to have the assurance, you know, I'd be comfortable. I wouldn't oppose that.
Agency assist was one of my 60 questions.
Oh, okay, yeah, and,
I
you know,
I didn't get to.
Yeah, we talked about that as a possibility, but, you know, if at the end of the day, and again, going back to Councilman Nick's comment, if we were $200,000 with the county and $287,000 in order to get that extra person, sure. You know, I mean, why wouldn't we do that? I think that's all those version 20 figures are inflated from version 14, thanks to Carlos' insistence that we ensure that we're doing it at the best possible level.
So how do we move forward?
Well, I think if we can do a substitute motion, then the substitute motion would be to ask staff to work with available resources, to come back to us, having considered all these options, with the best one or two, you know, because maybe you could do it this way, or you could do it that way. This would be the cheap way, but this would really be there, to come back to us with maybe one or two models that are from which we could devolve an RFP.
I second that. However, Dr. Gardner, I would suggest strongly that we do not leave it open-ended, meaning that we would like the staff to come back to us next time that we get together.
Well, yeah, and in fact, I'd say within 2 weeks.
I know I'm not going to speak for them, but go ahead. You speak for you.
I think you understand what I'd say. I think it would be virtually impossible for the staff to formulate a couple of options and bring it back in 2 weeks.
No. To have a draft within 2 weeks so they could get some feedback, so that in 4 weeks we could have the final thing.
Here's what I think.
Is that too progressive a way to work?
Can I do a
I made billions of dollars for companies all over the world doing it that way.
Let me do a substitute, and it doesn't even have to be a motion, because I think we can just receive and file the report, and you are very knowledgeable about this issue. You're very passionate about this issue. You have contacts throughout the whole room. And so what I would recommend, and I've done plenty of RFPs myself, if you want help, I can help, but not too much time. I do have a day job. But I would say come up with your three best options. Option one is going to be doing this route. Option two can be a variation of that. Option three can be another one. You can, work with the folks who are the professionals and know how, they've seen RFPs before from other cities, and they can understand, okay, here's the scope of work that needs to be done. We should include wild animal in it, or, let's have 3 people here, or 2 people over here, or let's, not have any employees, but go the non-profit model, and just come up with your three best options and scope them out and see if you find any people who are interested, and then we can have a discussion. I just think that staff, I've kind of talked to them a little bit, and they've put in a lot of effort into this last one, and I don't think we had that budgeted. Was that budgeted work at 250 hours?
No.
So I think they kind of nicely carved out some that we had not budgeted to them, and I think it wasn't in the 5-year plan and the capital plans and stuff like that, and so the work plans that they're working on. So
He wants to say.
So I think one of the stickling points here is city staff, manpower from the city. Are there agencies out there that actually do animal control that work with contract cities? Under the not-for-profit? If you could forward that to us, could we get together sometime in the future then, in the next few weeks? Because I think that's one of the stickling parts, but I think that I think Newport Beach has their own.
And Newport Beach, Costa Mesa, Coronado.
All have their own animal control
Animal
officers.
control, and then work separately with the nonprofit.
Okay.
It's not an uncommon model. It's not the common model, but it's not a rare model.
Thank you.
And I think I've mentioned before, my humble opinion is not having city employees on it, because I think, as people mentioned throughout tonight, the volunteers are the ones that they love this stuff. And
Yeah, the funny sticking point there is when it's animal control, and licensing, there's some kind of a municipal authority there. You're fining people, you're billing people, you're receiving money, you're out there investigating vicious dogs and compounding. There's a certain quasi-legal or, in fact, legal element there that it's pretty hard to assign that to a nonprofit group to take over that responsibility, which is why I haven't, in all the research I did, I found examples of the other one, where the city did it and then the nonprofit. But for what right does a nonprofit have to take over, to take licensing and start fining people?
Did you say?
They use Huntington Beach Humane Society.
Right. Well, like, take for instance, for our city, we have a humane society. They are a nonprofit. So they actually have a contract with up to 12 cities now. So basically, they are a humane society. They just advocate control officers and actually work for the city and so as long as you have their many agency contracts and you have humane officers working for the nonprofit and your nonprofit is allocated for humane officers, then we can do it as a nonprofit.
Yeah, there are many humane societies, so that's not the problem. Well, all of this would have to be worked out. I have no problem taking the leadership in the doing of this, but if I took the leadership in the doing of this, I have to have the staff resources available to me, including the use of the city hall to conduct meetings, and the food to feed the people when they're here, the access to the city attorney for my questions, access to Carlo and everybody else. So they would have to be part of my team and available to me. But I don't mind, the leadership role, and I don't mind doing the bulk of the work. But at the end of the day, you don't want to be in this position you're in now of my proposal and then the city's got a different point of view. And if I were in the leadership within 3 weeks, we would come back with something that represented, all of our points of view. Here, this is the proposal that we all agree on. But to do that, I've got to have access to the city staff to work with me in developing this, rather than me going off and developing it as I did with the other one and come back.
I got a substitute motion. I'd like to make a motion that we make a temporary ad hoc committee and appoint Jim Gardner, Dr. Jim Gardner, and myself onto this animal ad hoc committee to do some research. I'll join with you.
Well, that would be great, then both of us need that access, but we can't. You and I and these folks, if we develop a model, it will be no different than the model I did at this point. It's got to be developed with
I think
the
that
attorney getting all the legal stuff to us, the city getting us all the other contracts. We need the city to be involved in servicing that committee. So it can't just be you and me and those 10 people.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is I think that some of the folks in the audience who are with the organizations, they know the RFPs, they've developed the scope of work, and so I think, let's see if we can't use that.
Well, we can.
I'm seeing head nods.
But there's no point in coming.
Multiple.
That would be no different.
3.
That would be no different than what we have already. So now Scott and I, in fact, this model was developed with, I don't know how many people are left in the room, but there are several people still left in the room who helped me develop this model. That's the model. Now, it makes no sense for Scott and I to go out and work with some of those people and add 5 or 6 more people and come back here in 3 or 4 weeks with another model. We need to come back here with something that represents what the city and the experienced people and us have, and here, this is now we can vote on it.
But Dr. Gardner, I didn't see in the model Priceless Pets or a pet adoption center.
Pet Adoption Center, I worked with April on this.
Well, I didn't. So
all the figures from the Pet Adoption Center come from her experience.
Again, the staff report is all on version 14, which is the Lake Forest Animal Network, which doesn't include any of that stuff. That's why I'm abstaining. Because
Absolutely not.
Can we not refine this and bring it back right now?
It could, but the city is only in that model. The city is only contracting with the Lake Forest Animal Network. Now, the Animal Network can contract with whoever it wants. I get that part, right? But it's only contracting with Animal Network, which doesn't exist. And I didn't know the governance structure, and it seems like that is kind of out the window. And now we're looking at something different.
Yes.
Right? And so what I'm saying is that's why I'm abstaining, because it has nothing to do with the staff report or your presentation. It's a hybrid of it, but it's changed so much that I don't really even know what I'm considering right now. So I don't have enough time to.
But, to simply come back with another model without the staff buy into it puts us in the same position we're in now.
I think what I'm trying to say is, I don't know the RFP process. I've done tons of RFPs. I've done tons of scopes of work, and so the model is the beginning point. You might have, let's just say, you go with the nice lady who has the Chino Hills. She can do the control officers and the shelter. I mean, everything is with her. That could be one model. Then you talk to her and you say, hey, now I need to understand what's my scope of work. Okay, she's going to have all the items that she's going to be responsible for, whether it's the food and the volunteers and the licensing and the field control, animal control officers. You're developing that scope of work. If you just come with a model, I agree. That's not going to be, but what you're wanting to do is to get a scope of work.
Yes. And
I'm seeing, again, 3 head nods.
No, absolutely. Yes, that's the next step. But don't put the stumbling block of, now we're going to develop a model. First, Jim Gardner and his group developed a model. Now Scott Voights and Jim develop a model, and we come back, and then the city says, oh, well, that doesn't work because you don't have a $12,000 washer, and we want to spend $50,000 on consultants, so now we can't approve it. What I'm saying is, yes, let's do that, but part of the team, in addition to the Chino Hills people and the adoption center and the veterinarian people and the rescue people et cetera. Part of the team to develop this now so that it's a workable model that we can make a decision on must include the city attorney, the city people, et cetera. To do it otherwise, we will just 4 weeks from now be in the same position. Unless the city buys into it.
Does staff any recommendation to get us out of our quagmire?
Can't we go do the
Or
instigating of the
colleagues.
programs and get what we need, and then figure out what we need in the city, and then bring it back to staff for review?
Sure, yeah, sure. They don't have to be in on every step. I'd recommend they would be, particularly because Carlos developed an awful lot of knowledge. We'd have a better program if they were, but they don't have to be. But
You
sometime
can
in that...
finalize it and make adjustments at the end.
Well, I wouldn't say finalize it, but yes.
Let me see if I can wrap this up, because we're going in circles. I move to commission you, Dr. Gardner, to task you with the necessary authority and the autonomy to work with the staff more closely so that you will not be as much apart as perhaps you and I are tonight. And hopefully, well, not hopefully, for certain, report to the council the second session in April. That will give you and the staff plenty of time.
We don't need that much time.
Okay, then, well, I said the first session, and then Mr. Dunnick said that it was impossible, and he's shaking
It
his
would be
head.
impossible for Mr. Dunnick, but not for me.
Well, remember, it's going to be a partner.
With all due respect.
If you don't need staff, then why, I don't understand.
No, I need...
You do
Andrew,
it,
if I
and
may,
then-
Andrew, if I may. Dr. Gardner, I realize you may, and you do move at a faster rate than the staff. However, because you need their buying in, or we're going to be exactly at this point 4 weeks from now, then you need to sort of slow down and go at their speed, so that...
It's not,
But
that's
no,
a very, like,
no, well,
that's very condescending.
I'm not
That's a
trying.
very condescending comment.
I'm not trying to be
To say
condescending.
that staff is slow and Jim is fast. I mean,
That's
we have a great staff.
Don't patronize the staff.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying.
Andrew,
I don't know if you realize you just
No,
told the
I am not
staff.
condescending anything. Don't put words in my mouth. All I'm saying is Dr. Gardner is saying that he works faster than the staff. He can do it in 2 weeks. The staff says cannot. So there's obviously a discrepancy here, and I'm trying to reconcile that. So please, let's not play politics here.
I'm not playing politics.
I'm not trying to.
Have you ever created an RFP or a scope of work?
Oh, sure I have.
You have.
I am more qualified than you will ever be. Trust me. Let's not get into a match. Let's not get into a.
Well, yeah, all I'm saying is, and I like Scott's idea of the both of us working together. I like the idea of developing this, but we have to, and the burden can be on us. We can hold the workshops, we can do the preliminary writing, but at the end of the day, it's got to go, back through the staff to come here.
What I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, you need to make sure that you do it at the rate that the staff is comfortable with, so that all I care about is the end result. And otherwise, the end result 4 weeks from now is going to be exactly this. There's going to be a huge discrepancy between what you say and what the staff says. We're not any better off 4 weeks from now than we are tonight. Now, if Andrew wants to say I'm condescending, so be it, but I'm not. All I want is a reconciliation of your efforts with the staffs, so we can, for once, for God's sake, we can get it done with, and be a better city because of it.
I think we've had some really interesting and unique new input here, so I by no means believe that we're going to end up with Model 20. Having listened to people here, I think we'll have something far better than Model 20. And yeah, I'm happy. Scott and I will work with these people and,
in conjunction with the staff.
In conjunction with the staff, so that at the next council meeting, which is 4 weeks from now.
Can we take a vote on this and call it a night?
Then we will come back with a...
I'll do an alternative motion that we receive and file the report, and we allow whoever wants to work on it, the ad hoc committee. You can work with all the people nodding their head in the audience and not involve staff until it comes back to us again.
It's a waste.
I'll second the substitute motion.
Okay, we have a motion, a second.
Yeah, so in the old...
Discussion?
No, we can't do it unless the staff buy in.
Andrew, without the staff buying in, without the staff being involved, we're going to be here 4 weeks from now at the exact same point. The discrepancy...
Not according to the folks in the audience. There's lots of...
Use your common sense, Andrew. They say something.
They look like they
do
have lots of
something
common
else.
sense.
You need
They
to.
have great
I'm
ideas.
I'm not saying they don't have common sense. Use yours if you have any.
No.
All I'm saying is we have to reconcile them, and them. They need to be in contact. They need to work
There are
together.
great people in the audience who run things that are with animal care. They have seen scopes of work. They have seen RFPs. I'm seeing the nodding of heads even now as I speak.
I agree. I understand
That is common sense.
That is common
That is
sense.
common
What
sense.
is not common sense is 4 weeks from now, the staff is going to have a different point of view. If they don't work together to arrive at the final product, for God's sake, why can't you see this? If tonight, theoretically, if tonight what Jim is saying and what these fine folks are saying, if it were what the staff is saying, we would have gone home 2 hours ago. All I'm saying is there's got to be communication so that one product is presented to the council. That's all I'm saying. It's common sense. Or we're going to be exactly... What is Dwight's favorite saying is insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Supposedly Einstein said it, supposedly before that Franklin said it.
Do I see an RFP? I don't see an RFP. I don't see a scope of work. So I don't see how we're doing something different. That would be different.
The difference...
That's something similar,
Andrew,
the same thing.
The difference is
insanity.
Let me answer your question.
I don't see any RFPs.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. The difference is that this time around, Dr. Garner will make sure that every step of the way, he has the staff's buy-in. That's the difference. In other words, they need to reconcile it before it is presented to us. That's the difference. That's the underlying difference, which is going to make it or break it.
Okay, where we have a difference of opinion.
It's not a difference of opinion.
We've got a...
We can't agree on
Second?
facts.
Can I make a substitute motion? How about me and... Okay, well...
Mr. City Attorney,
I-
point of order.
If we limit the amount of staff time that's there, I say that a review by staff as we get it prepared to come back to council, say maybe, how about 10 hours?
Whatever the council would so desire, the one thing to keep in mind as it relates to 2 weeks from now is that report's due tomorrow. So I think that's a little bit difficult to do to have on your agenda.
No,
If you're
we've
talking
gone back to the 4
If you're
weeks.
going back to 4 weeks, okay, that's a different issue. But keep in mind how long it takes to prep up agenda items before they actually come to the council.
we'll-
That being said, I just want to ensure that whatever direction and motion is made, that is very clear what it is we're going to be doing and what your expectation is for that second meeting of April. At this juncture, I'm hearing this proposal. You also would anticipate that the county's proposal in terms of its contract would also be likely back at that same meeting if you want to entertain them both at the same time. Or if you're only going to entertain one of these, I think staff needs to know what it is we're going to be doing, because we'll need to be actually doing a report as it relates to the county's contract that comes back to you. So we're running a city. We're not just doing this 24/7. I think you all understand that.
Yes, I understand.
Right? Staff has a lot to do. They've spent an enormous amount of time not doing other things they're responsible to do so that we could get this here this evening. So let's recognize the amount of staff effort that you're asking us to do, and to realize that we're doing other things on top of just animal control. But clearly, if we're going to be prepping the county's report as well, that's going to come back to you at the same time, unless we hear something to the contrary this evening that you do not want to do that.
Okay, I think that my substitute motion stands, that we'll get it back to you. In fact, staff can tell us right now, what would be the deadline for us getting back to us to be the second meeting of April?
Scott, if you will be so kind, just 1 second.
Wait.
Ma'am, there have been so many substitute motions. I think state law allows up to what, 3? And I think there's like, we're on number 8.
April 6th.
April 6th.
So,
And Mr. Mayor, council members, as far as the procedural question goes, the council's procedure is as dictated by the mayor and the council. And we don't technically follow strict rules of procedure. Now, that said, most of the substitute motions weren't seconded. We really only have maybe 2 or 3 maximum that are on the floor right now. There were a lot of motions that just kind of died for lack of a second. Again, in Lake Forest, pursuant to our code, the mayor is a parliamentarian. He sets rules of procedure in a council meeting that is subject to overrule by a majority of the council. But there can be confusion when there are 2.
well, I'm certainly confused, my friend.
All right, you have a substitute motion. Do you want the county, are you including in your,
Yeah, we'll bring it both at the same time.
you want the option, the county option too?
All back at the same time.
Are you saying 3 options that you're going to develop?
We're going to develop.
We're not going to develop the county option.
No, your own,
Yeah, we're going to have our own 2.
you're going to do 3 of your own options?
Well, we don't, maybe only 2 will make sense.
Okay, 2.
Maybe only 1 will make sense.
Doesn't matter then, in your motion, how many options?
We're going to try to make more than 1. Try to.
And you're going to develop the scope of work in the RFP?
Yes. And man hours.
And only 10 hours from staff?
Yeah.
That's your motion?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you would recommend we need to address?
Use of city resources. We may want to hold workshops here, and if it's an all-day workshop, we may want to feed people in the workshop. Bring your own lunch, because it's
No,
too cheap
no.
to feed you.
We'll get donated.
No, we'll get it done. We'll get the volunteers to cook it.
It's a potluck.
It's your motion, so
Yep. Do I get a second?
yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
That motion carries with Councilmember Robinson abstained.
All right.
I have to leave town at like 6 o'clock in the morning, so I'm going to go. Have a good evening.
Thank you. City Manager's report.
Nothing further this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Gardner.
Too tired to think.
Councilman Nick.
I only have 3 words, Village Pond Park, please. Well, actually, that's 4 words.
Thank you all for coming and staying so late.
Well, Mr. Donick, we got to do something about Village Pond Park, please.
No. Nothing further for me.
Does the...
I'm not quite done yet.
Does staff want to address that?
Mr. Mayor, council members, just as a reminder, the City Council has been addressing this issue in closed session due to 2 reasons. One, a letter received by the Lake Forest Community Association asking to renegotiate, if you will, the agreement between the association and the city with regard to maintenance and operations of the park, and also a lawsuit that has been filed by the association against the city. And so we've been discussing this in closed session. It is a closed session issue that will be discussed again very shortly with the council.
And so there's nothing more we can say publicly at this point.
At this point, it needs to remain a closed session item, but it is being discussed and will be discussed very shortly with the
Thanks,
council.
man. I appreciate it. Good night, everyone. Thanks for being here.
I'm guessing the Mayor Pro Tem is not going to say anything. Thanks, everybody, for staying late, and see you in 2 or 3 weeks. Meeting is adjourned.